Okay, Alyssa, 6:15. Let's go live. All right, everybody, welcome to our City Council meeting. It's the third Thursday of the month. It's July 16th. Looks like we have, a bunch of attendees tonight. Just a little house cleaning. Anybody who is called in who's an attendee, if you press *9, that will allow you to raise your hand, which will allow us to see that you want to be recognized for any public comment. So with that, Catherine, can we do roll call?
Willman?
Here.
Voorhees?
Here.
Kaup?
Here.
Godas?
Here.
Davis?
Here.
Stepp?
Here.
Hershey?
Present.
All right, I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, agenda changes and conflicts. Tonight we have a pretty packed agenda items, all kinds of agenda items. So we're going to take this with what we can. I don't know that we are going to be able to hit CARES Act towards the end or the infrastructure. I think it's a good goal if we can shoot for it. We're definitely going to try to hit both the planning item for Bell Rippey and the riparian setback, and we'll see how far we get on that. So I've talked to I think the relevant parties with the riparian zone, so they're aware that we might be continuing the conversation, or depending on Bell Rippey, might even be starting the conversation on August 3rd, depending on how it goes tonight. So there's that. Any other agenda changes or conflicts from anybody? All right, see none, I will.
You had a couple there, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Carl. Oh yeah, Charlie, go ahead.
Thank you. As far as what you just discussed, and I think as I discussed earlier, I think we got to be really careful with not starting the riparian thing too late. I've read all 1,100 whatever pages of stuff for there. I've talked to many people about this. It's a very important issue, affects a lot of people, the community, and I don't want to be doing it, at half fuel. So my recommendation is we take a look at that at about 8 o'clock and see how we're doing, and if we're not going to get there, let those people get home, for lack of a better term, another home. But I mean, to let them know that we're not going to get there. That's number one. Number two is on the Bell Rippey project. As you all know, I am the chairman of the Mountain Valley Developmental Services, and noticed in the packet that our executive director wrote a letter about our group home that's in that area. That was not something that was, I'm not saying it was unauthorized, but it wasn't an action of the board. That was something she did as executive director. I don't feel that raises a conflict with me on the Bell Rippey, but if anyone thinks that's wrong, then I guess I need to know. And I'll be really short in this meeting tonight. So.
Let's just take that maybe by a show of hands. Does anybody feel that Charlie should recuse? If anybody feels that Charlie needs to recuse himself, raise your hand and I'll recognize you for that. In the meantime, Tony, go ahead.
Well, I have a similar concern to Mr. Willman, although I disagree with him. People have planned and waited a long time. I think, for whatever reason, 2 big items are on the agenda and we should try to get to them. My concern is an item that I think people are very concerned of, that you guys have we have optimistically set for 9:45, which is infrastructure discussion. Matt Langhorst did a lot of work there, and I want to thank him, and some interesting stuff. But I think that's a much, and 9:45 means 10:45 or 11:45. So maybe we could think about pushing that off as we get later. But that's my only question. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. And I guess I just personally would agree with both of you. And if we get to 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe we can take those 2 other smaller, in theory, items, because we in theory can get those done when we might not be able to get a 2-hour conversation about the riparian zone. So I guess let's get it started and see what we can do.
Just the record reflect that no one raised their hand and thought I had a conflict, because it wasn't clear in the record. So
Thank you very much, Charlie. I appreciate that. Okay. Next on the agenda is citizens appearing before council for items. These are items not appearing on the agenda, so please reserve your comments for other items. All right, Ashley Moffatt.
Can you hear me?
We can, absolutely, Ashley.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor Godis. It's more of a question than a comment. I was just wondering about one of tonight's agenda items and then going through the council conflict. When the riparian code was brought before P&Z, Commissioner Schaefer recused himself from the conversation because his home is on the Roaring Fork River. And seeing as one of the main points of the opposition to this code is the potential for financial impact to property on the Roaring Fork River, I was wondering if Councilman Davis would be recusing himself from agenda item 19, as his home, his son's home, and his son's in-laws' homes are all on the Roaring Fork.
This is council, or this is citizens comment time, but that's, I think, a pretty direct question. Councilor Davis or City Attorney Carl Handler, would either one of you like to address that?
I can, in terms of what the code says on this particular issue, Mr. Mayor. We define a couple of terms that, and I'll get there, so bear with me. I need to walk through a couple of definitions. Pecuniary stake means a present interest which may yield directly or indirectly a monetary or other material benefit, except for duly authorized salary or other compensation from the city to the individual or to a person or organization with whom the individual is affiliated. The code goes on to say a substantial interest means any present interest, which is what we were just talking about, by a council member or appointee, including without limitation a pecuniary interest in the outcome of a transaction or a family relation with a person directly involved in a transaction, which would cause a reasonably prudent person observing the transaction to expect a marked tendency by the council member or appointee to make a decision other than an objective decision. The term substantial interest shall not be construed to include any interest which is purely speculative or hypothetical. And then a transaction is defined as any contract, sale, or lease of an interest in land, material, supplies, or services, or any decision upon any land development right, license, permit, application, appointment, request for ruling or determination, or any other claim or controversy. The reason I read all three of those definitions is that as council members, stepping away from this particular issue for a moment and thinking about all of the things that you take action on that you have arguably an interest in because you are a resident of Glenwood Springs, water rates are a great example. You all have an interest in water rates, but you're the only body that can set those rates, and they apply across the community. In this instance, from the code's perspective, it's my opinion that when we're talking about a zoning interest that is of general applicability, some of you may live on the river, some of you may not, but that zone district could apply to you, or those changes could apply to you. And we just did this with the development code, where not this seated council, but the last one made a decision on that whole development code. It absolutely impacted everybody. Sections of it impacted people differentially. So you're taking a generalized across the board action for the community. In this case, as I understand it, the concern that was raised is a property value question, which I have not seen any evidence that there is. I know people feel very strongly about it, but at this point, that question is really very speculative. Per the code's language regarding a transaction or a pecuniary interest, there's no way for me to say that Councilor Davis or one of his relatives is going to see a particular either increase or decrease or change or some pecuniary interest coming out of this. So with that, I think that I can't find a reason why under our conflicts rules that Councilor Davis would have to step down. That having been said, there's nothing that prohibits, and I think this may well have been why the planning commission members stepped down, is that if you feel that you can't make an objective decision because of your involvement in a particular issue, I do always counsel that that is probably a fair indication that maybe you should step back from that issue. But that's a personal decision, not one that I can point to the code and say, this legally is your requirement for stepping away or stepping in. And so with that, I would turn it over to Councilor Davis as to whether or not he feels that it creates a conflict for him personally and being unable to objectively make a decision on this. That's a personal call.
Thanks, Carl, for that. I didn't write all that down, but I actually glad this came up. I do not feel at all conflicted. I do live on the Roaring Fork River. However, I do not have any development interest on the river other than my home, which was built a little over a decade ago. So even the possibility that my property would be subject to redevelopment is not a real possibility in my lifetime. I do represent constituents of Glenwood Springs, and I represent every constituent. All of my constituents live on the Roaring Fork River. So I think it is important to have my perspective in this question. I, in fact, probably have a greater perspective than anyone else on council, as I've lived on the river for 30 years now. I have no idea why George stepped down from P&Z. His home on the river was actually built within the last 5 years, so is also not subject to redevelopment. And that's really what this question has the most to do with, is the redevelopment of properties along the Roaring Fork. If I did feel any conflict at all, I would I'd gladly sit back from this conversation because it's a long and trying conversation, one that's very complicated. So there you go. If council would like to vote me off the dais, they're welcome to do that.
Yeah, I don't know if I should open that can of worms, Councilor Davis. Shelley, go ahead.
Oh,
Here we go.
okay. I was just going to speak to that conflict. I sit on the River Commission and am liaison to the River Commission. Steve is also an alternate liaison to the commission. And although we may not agree on everything on this issue, I think we've discussed earlier particulars about this ordinance and how it can affect the health of the river. And Steve does represent, can represent as a property owner the issues and some of the concerns that some of the property owners have along there. I would not support asking him as a council member to recuse himself at this time, just because I think the whole issue that's been raised about whether or not it will increase property values or whether or not it will decrease property values is purely based on someone's opinion. And we don't really have firm data on that. We have data kind of going both ways. So we don't really know what will happen. But I think the goal of the River Commission is just to support the health of the rivers. And so I wouldn't support pressuring Councilor Davis to recuse himself if he feels like he can make a fair decision on this.
Thanks, Shelley. Paul, you have your hand up.
I just wanted to be clear that I am on the Middle Colorado Watershed Board, but they have not had any discussions with this conversation that I'm aware of. But I do want to make sure that that's on the table, that I am on that board. So if you feel that I should remove myself from this conversation, I want to be clear on that.
I don't think that creates a fiduciary or financial conflict of interest, but Carl, give me a head nod in the negative that you agree with me. Yeah, he agrees with me. Just let's assume he agrees with me. Okay. Thanks, Paul. I appreciate that. Rick.
Mr. Mayor, I was trying to figure out the double negative of the head nod. Like, is that a right?
Yeah, no, no, I don't have a problem with that, is what I was looking for.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay. Rick,
Yeah,
go
well,
ahead.
Yeah, just in the spirit of full disclosure, I am on the RUDI Water and Power Authority Board as well, but there's no overlapping interest that I have as a member of that board and the riparian setback that we'll be discussing. So I just wanted people to know that.
And I think that this possibly speaks to exactly what Carl was saying, how we are all jumping up and saying we potentially have conflicts of interest, because I also am subject to, and I was noticed 3 or 4 times for different public meetings with P&Z and this meeting this evening, as I am on the riparian zone as well along 3 Mile Creek, and my neighbors are on Park East and Glenwood Park, or I'm sorry, Park West and Glenwood Park on 3 Mile Creek, and also along the Roaring Fork River. So I guess if Councilor Davis is conflicted, I might also be as well. So Tony, how are you conflicted with this? Potentially.
I like to drink water. Is that a conflict?
I think that's a unanimous. You need to recuse yourself from this.
I actually may recuse myself because I do. No, I just wanted to say that I have no issue with Mr. Davis. I've never had a problem with his ethics or integrity, and he's going to do the right thing for his constituents. And by his constituents, I mean the people who he represents in his ward, and for all the people of Glenwood Springs. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Tony. All right. With that out of the way, thank you for bringing that up, Ashley. Thank you for addressing that, Councilor Davis and Carl. I think that's helpful. Okay, we have a call-in number that has raised their hand. It is 970-773-5463. Sir or ma'am, what is your name and your address? You have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi there. This is John Dunn. I'm 248 East 1st Street, Unit A, Parachute, Colorado 81635.
Sir, can you repeat your name?
Castle.
Sir, can you repeat your name?
Sure.
That just came up a little garbled.
John Diet.
Thank you.
Yep. So, I'm the owner of the Kind Castle. I was recently denied for the location, 2114 Grand Avenue. And what I was hoping to do was to have some dialogue because the ordinance says that we can't reapply at that site unless the application is substantially different. And we've actually corrected what I think is all of the issues of the last application. So I'm not sure if this is the only forum that I have that I was told that I could kind of express that so we could schedule maybe a more formal meeting for us to be able to discuss those specifics. I certainly can go down the list with you right now, but I don't think that's the most appropriate, now might not be the most appropriate time to do that. So I was hoping that we could schedule a time where we can have a discussion so we can discuss how this application, would be substantially different than the application that we had already applied under. Some of the things that have changed is the pawn shop, for example, is moving out. So we would take that entire space. There's just a whole list. I mean, everything has been addressed. And I think that a couple council members were sort of on the fence there, but there just wasn't enough clarity as to some of the concerns. And because of that, sort of the default position was to deny the application. So what I'm asking for is just a time where we can schedule, a few minutes so we can go through the list and you can see all the things that have been addressed and why I feel that this application is substantially different than the last application, even though it's at the same site. It actually wouldn't even be the same suite that we're necessarily proposing. So I'm not sure if that actually would be defined. If it's on the same property, we'd be looking to get some dialogue to go through those items that we've changed, substantially more parking. We're, getting rid of the sign, which is, and putting a pole sign in there, which is the hotel's primary concern. Parking is substantially increased as a result of that, and as a result of us taking the entire commercial space So now the framing store is, I think, leaving tomorrow. They're leaving regardless. Pawn shop's leaving regardless. So that whole entire commercial space would be left vacant. The air handling from the residential units in the back versus the front are completely separate. And so the, odor is never an issue. So I just wanted to have a chance. There's many more things to discuss, but with 3 minutes, I can't cram it all in. But that was what I was hoping for. Thank you very much.
I have never seen somebody maximize their time so efficiently, John, than that. So congratulations. I think that this is something that, thank you, I guess, on behalf of council for taking a look at that and looking at that and addressing those concerns. It sounds like some conditions have changed. I think the best place to start would be talking to Jen Uden and getting this back on a near-term P&Z agenda item and going back through that process. And I don't, they're familiar with you, they're familiar with the property at this point. It probably would not be it wouldn't have to be necessarily a 2 or 3 month massive drawn out affair. It probably is an update with change conditions. So I guess that would be the place I would start with, is talk to our planning department, John, and have them get you aligned with P&Z to readdress that.
Okay. Perfect. I appreciate it. And there is a one-on-one or any kind of dialogue direct with city council or is that not the correct starting point?
I don't think that'd be the correct starting point, because I think a lot of us made our decision based on recommendations from planning and zoning. So I think I would like for them to reevaluate and interpret your changes to us. And so I think they'd be the first path of resistance to bring it back before us.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right.
I gotcha. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I appreciate the feedback.
All right.
Very much.
Have a good evening.
All right.
All right.
You too. Bye now.
Dessa, I'm sorry. I got your text very late. I had all intention in the world of sending you the link. I'm glad you found it for yourself. I appreciate it. And I apologize. Dessa contacted me a couple times asking for the link, and I fell through on that. So you have your 3 minutes. Dessa, name, address, and knock yourself out.
Okay. It's my name is Dessa. My address is 341 Clarkson and Rifle, but we're also closing on a house up Mitchell Creek coming up this month. And first of all, I want to thank you all for the work you've done to keep our community going in this difficult time with the virus. However, my question is, what is being done or can be done to keep us safe as the virus is spreading more and more, not just here, but everywhere? I was under the impression that the variance was revoked if we exceeded a certain number of cases in 2 weeks. Apparently that's not the case, which none of us want that to be the case. We want to keep the economy and business going. My question is just, how can we do that safely? And if you guys have a plan going forward, or there are more safety measures we can take, because I, for one, am very scared. I have lung issues and I want to be able to function and work and do stuff downtown Glenwood safely. I would just feel so much more comfortable if I knew that there was some kind of plan, or how we were going to keep from overloading our hospitals, and basically just that, what we can do going forward to make it safer and still keep business going and not jeopardize more people, especially immune compromised people, and also just normal people. Young people are dying from the virus. Like, this anti-science stuff is nonsense, really. It's, the virus is there, it's real, the facts are the facts. Masks work. It's a small inconvenience to ask people to save lives and keep themselves safe and not have lifelong impairments from catching this virus. And I hope that people will start to see that and become a little less entitled and do our part to keep our community safe and keep businesses open and keep things going. So that's pretty much it. Just what can we do, or is there any plans, or can we make some plans to make it even a little safer? So thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dessa. I appreciate those comments. Any other comments from the public? Okay, if there's no other comments from the public for items not appearing on the agenda, I will bring it back for oh, no, not for that, for council comments. Look at those hands go up. Charlie, go ahead.
I'll be real brief. I don't have a long night tonight. The Colorado Municipal League, I think Deborah sent out to you, but I wanted you all to be aware of it. They're going to have a virtual conference which replaced the June conference. I've looked at the agenda. It's like $100 per person. I assume that the city would pay that. My fee gets paid by the board. But I think it's some really interesting topics, and I would encourage you all to take a look at that and think about signing up. It's not all day on those days. It's August 25th through 27th, but it's like half a day or several hours on each of those days. So anyway, just let you know that's there and available for city council members to attend. That's all I have.
Thanks, Charlie. Steve Davis.
I would just like to take a moment to thank staff tremendously for the job that was done on Midland last week and doing the mill and overlay there. Came off great. It's like brand new, and I greatly appreciate, and I know that my constituents up and down Midland, this Midland neighborhood, greatly appreciates the speed bumps that have been reinstalled there. They are no longer fun humps. They actually do slow you down. So I think that's what we were trying to achieve all those 15 years ago when those were installed in the first place. And finally they worked. So thank you very much. It looks great. Everybody did a great job.
Thanks, Steve. Councilor Voorhees.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, we are still, as Dessa pointed out to us, in the midst of a pandemic, and the data are not looking, not giving us a lot of confidence about going forward. And we have had, you know, a variety of issues that we're looking at as a city. We've had the, not only at the mask ordinance enforcement and some of the pushback that we've got from that, but we also touch a lot of other entities. We don't know yet where our schools are going to be this fall. We haven't seen an official announcement yet, and I know people are working really, really hard to come up with a protocol. But you know, a lot of this is a moving target, and you know, we are a council that has some authority, but we don't have ultimate authority. I see that this afternoon the governor made mask wearing mandatory in Colorado, and I know that we'll be hearing about that from, you know, some of our constituents, certainly not all of them. I think that our public open house that we had now 3 weeks ago was a pretty good testament to the fact that the people in Glenwood want to see a healthy community. And so, you know, a couple of things I wanted to kind of explore with my fellow colleagues here on the council is we hear from some businesses, and I think that the culture change has happened. I mean, I think even over the past 2.5 weeks, we've had sort of a greater acceptance, I think, by people. And I think science starts out slow sometimes, but might prevail. But I'm just wondering a couple of things. One is whether or not the council should request a seat at the table at the Garfield County Health Board, simply because we're the crossroads of Garfield County. We have more visitors than any other town in the county. And we have had to be, I think, really nimble in our response and to look at keeping people safe. And I think that having that level of coordination would be very helpful, rather, for all parties. one of the frustrating things is not knowing for sure sort of who's on first base, who's on second base, who's playing shortstop. And I think that if we had that seat and did a good job of communicating where the city is at, and the county also did the same thing, that we would all benefit. The other things that I wanted to bring.
Rick,
Yes.
can I just interrupt real quick? Just
Sure.
because I think it's a salient point is in regards to your request for us to maybe have a seat at the table. I spoke with Tom Janikowski several days ago about that specific topic, and he indicated to me that he would bring that back to his fellow commissioners to ask their opinion on including not just Glenwood Springs, but other municipalities. I know Pitkin County, I believe Eagle County, other counties also include kind of a broad interest-based approach to having other members of the community, the county, a part of that official health board. And so he's going to bring that back to his folks, and hopefully we hear something here shortly. So that comment was timely.
Oh, good to know. Good to know.
Thanks. Sorry for interrupting, by the way.
No, thank you for interrupting. I would just make a last comment here that it's really not about face masks. It's about rapid testing. It's about better data tracking. It's about screening people who may be asymptomatic and, certainly unaware asymptomatically. And what we need to have as a coordinated approach. At the end of July, the extra stimulus money that went to individuals is going to go away. And the extra $600 a month if you were sort of unemployed. And so there's, sort of a twin tsunami that might be coming our way with increased infections and, God forbid, and increased unemployment. And I would just like us to be sort of proactive and have those discussions about sort of coordinating a response that's effective using all hands that's on deck, that can be on deck. And so the last thing that I would mention, Mr. Mayor and colleagues, is we still hear some pushback about mask enforcement, and I'm not sure if we, want to have a dialogue about that. I know that some of the grief that we took for having an executive session centered around sort of enforcement issues. And I think it would behoove us to maybe not solve that issue, but to have open dialogue about what it is that we see for Glenwood Springs. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Shelley.
Okay, thanks, Rick, for your comments. Mine echo yours, so I'm not going to repeat everything you said, but I do also would like to say thank you to Dessa for the comments. I hear those same comments from constituents in the community. People are concerned about safety, especially when they hear about the rising cases. And it is a concern. It's a concern for all of us. So I would like to hear council or see council get together and have a more detailed discussion about how we move forward. If we need more enforcement on the masks, if we want to designate a downtown zone where masks are required, or if there are other things we can learn from other communities that are working well, how we can implement those. I'd like to also have a forward thinking discussion of how we're going to support schools. If there are things that we can do to help the school district and students that may not have access to online or broadband as needed, if there's things we can do there to looking forward to the fall semester, and any other things we can help to keep our economy moving, even as we see these rising cases and we want to keep the community safe. So I fully support that, and I'd like to see council have a more detailed discussion on that. The other thing I have is there was an email, I think, that went out to council or part of council. It was an invite from Mandy Galdine about the Business Base Camp program that's sponsored by Colorado Competitive Council. And there's going to be an event on July 23rd with some representatives from the state coming in. I assume it will be a socially distanced event with face masks. And just wondering if we want to have a discussion, or Deborah might have ideas on which staff and possibly a council member or two would be the best to attend that. That's all I have.
Thanks, Shelley. Go ahead, Deborah.
I think it's up to you guys who you would like, if any of you would like to attend that. I know it's the same time as a recycling open house we're going to have. So I think it depends on your interest in these events. I would suggest, if you're interested, why don't you email me? And then I can, if you guys are good with that, I can figure out who wants to go. Because I think you were all invited.
Sounds good. Thank you, Deborah. Paula.
Just a quick note that I'm going to get this wrong because of the acronym. The Rural Economic Community Development Group I had another phone call this week, and we're moving that to an online event in early August, and inviting the community to participate. More will come, but I just wanted you guys to know that this process is going on with quite a few stakeholders in the community. And it's pretty exciting when we talk about opportunities on rural recreation and how we can do things here in our area, in our town, with the help of these people at the federal level in making a difference on economic development. So anyways, Deborah or I can send some information. I just wanted you to know that was going online, and it was going to happen in mid-August. I believe 8th, 9th, and 10th, 9th, 10th, and 11th, somewhere in that range, but I'll send some more information out on that.
All right. Thanks, Paula. Anyone else? All right. I just wanted to circle back. We had some comments from Rick and Shelley about just actions we're taking, and you know, I also guess have concerns about Garfield County's spiking rates lately. I know that we now have, I think, a statewide face mask order from the governor. While I appreciate that, it's probably 2 months too late, and I wish he would have done it sooner, but I do applaud, better late than never. But I do also look at communities like Breckenridge that have done a face mask order outdoors for areas outdoors where you cannot be socially distanced, which is a majority of their downtown. Aspen is also contemplating that. It looks like that's going to pass as well. So I think it is something that we should probably address. I know Aspen has also taken a stance where they have given business owners, retail and restaurants, the ability to, well, I don't know the ability, but they've held them accountable so that they now have the ability to tell their patrons who are upset about masks, I'm sorry, if you don't wear a mask, we will get fined. We will potentially lose our liquor license. So I think that's a potential avenue we might want to have a conversation about as well. And then I heard Rick and Shelley both mention enforcement and how do we enforce it, and to what level and what priority would we want to keep this. So, and I guess I'll turn this back to council for a question is, you know, our next meeting is 3 weeks away because this is a 3 Thursday or a 5 Thursday month. So is this something that we would want to maybe tag on to, I believe we have the recycling conversation or open house next week. Do we want to tag it on to that or a special session, or do we want to wait 3 weeks to have these conversations? And I will look for hands for anybody who has an opinion. Steve, do you have an opinion?
No, I just think we ought to address this the sooner the better. And if we tagged it on, the recycling conversation would work fine. That's not going to be a long drawn out conversation, I don't think. So back to our Thursday meetings, huh?
Possibly. Thank you. Shelley, go ahead. Oh, I just muted you. Now you go. Go ahead.
Okay. Yep, I'd rather see us discuss it before our next meeting. 3 weeks away, a lot can happen in 3 weeks with the way the cases are accelerating. And I know we have, can't remember when the recycling conversation is. Is that Thursday?
The on-site one is next Thursday, but that's on-site, so.
Yeah,
we'd have
we
to-
also have the homeless, we have a work session on homelessness in that one. We might be able to tack it on to that too.
And
Maybe as an hour before or something, but
City Manager Figueroa, you have your hand up.
Yes, that was what I was going to say. If you guys want to talk about it next week, it would be next Wednesday before or after the homeless. That's not the name of the work session, but
right.
Work session next Wednesday starts at 5:30. And I think we anticipate it's going to go about an hour and a half. So that would be an appropriate time to talk about it, assuming your legal counsel is also available.
We don't need our legal counsel for this. We can just shoot from the hip. I don't need Carl.
No comment on that. I have a conflicting meeting on that night, but depending on when you schedule it for, they tend to be very efficient, and likely will be done by 7 or 7:30, I would think. So.
I think that seems like a good night. And I was just kidding, Carla. We definitely would like to have you or somebody from Carp New Hanlon there.
Yeah, no, I mean, somebody can cover the meeting. I don't know if it'll be me necessarily. If it is after the work session you have scheduled, it more than likely would be me. If it's before, I'm going to be in this other meeting.
Okay. I see 3 hands up. Deborah, I don't think I've lowered your hand from the previous one. You're good. Steve Davis.
Just simply, I'm a little conflicted on that Wednesday night as well. So if there's any other time that could happen, that would be great. Although, I don't have to, I trust you guys. You don't necessarily have to have my input.
Okay. Rick, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say the purpose of the meeting is not to figure out how we can put the hammer down or not to figure out, how we can be entering into a police state. I think the dialogue I would like to see is what is the best possible way to enforce an ordinance that we have on the books. And so I just don't want anybody listening to this, to think that, the gendarmes are going to come out in force here. But we do have, I think, an obligation with our businesses in town who are asking this question to provide some clarity about what we can do and when we can do it. So I just wanted to lay that out there.
Thanks, Rick. How about this, Deborah? How about you send out a doodle poll? It seems like most of us have, are planning on being there for the, I know it's not the homeless conversation, but I guess I would be inclined to tack it on to the back side of that. But if there's another night that works for everybody just as well, will you send out a couple options for that?
Of course, I will. I would say it would be easier if you guys are free Wednesday night, a majority of you, to just do it then, because that's just one less night meeting.
So give me a thumbs up, I guess, if after the meeting, because it'd be great to have Carl there, if that works for you. So I'm not seeing Tony or Steve that it works for them. It works well enough for Tony? Go ahead, Tony.
I really want to be talking more about saving the people money and fixing our streets. And I think while COVID is and Rick is obsessed with it, the state has done their mandates. I mean, I'm happy to talk about it every week. It's an important issue, but there are also other things we have to do. We also have a lot of people waiting tonight to talk about Bell Rippey and riparian rights, and we're having, you know, this discussion again, which is not productive. So I will come to any meeting, then you tell me when to be there, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Sounds like we'll have a meeting immediately following the homeless meeting on Wednesday night. All right. Any other council comments? I have one last council comment. I have noticed a huge increase lately in the last couple of weeks of heavy truck traffic going on. I assume up through 27th Street, down Midland, and up Sunlight, up towards Sunlight. I don't know what's getting constructed there, but there's a ton of dump trucks going up and down there. And I know that we have talked over the last several years about a haul route and haul rates because of the disproportionate impact. And I know Terry's on the line, and I'm going to slaughter this, and she doesn't have to correct me. She can just let it go and shake her head. But each one of those dump trucks is like something like 200 or 2,000 vehicle, like passenger vehicle trips. And that is a significant impact on our infrastructure. And so part of our infrastructure issue is not just that it's been neglected or that it needs more funding. We're going to hopefully talk to it tonight. But it's also preserving that, and large truck traffic that's primarily going to county development, but going on our streets and having a disproportionate impact on our streets has been something we've been talking about for 2 years. And what is an appropriate haul fee? And I know Terry's had a formula that her and others have been talking about and thinking about. And I think we probably need to examine that. I mean, specifically South Midland. I know Midland, Steve, is fantastic forever now. And so you got your deal with your speed hump. So congratulations. but South Midland still needs help. And we're going to be investing $12 million engineering estimates in that in the next 18 months. And I think protecting that investment really needs to be something we should focus on. So I would love to re-examine that into, I know Terry and everybody is really busy right now, but if that's something we could bring back before council, I think we need to be proactive in protecting these new streets, whether it's Midland, whether it's Cedar Crest, or any other thing that we're doing on. So I guess that's my comment. Terry, do you have anything to add on that?
I don't, Jonathan. It is still out there, and we do have a formula. We've been working with a consultant to try to further develop how we would assess those fees. But just so you know, South Midland is designed to handle, pretty significant heavy truck traffic. We did, I can't remember exactly what the section is out there, but it is substantial. So I feel like, we will at least have a design that we believe will last for, a minimum of 20 years. But that being said, I do think that even for our new roads, we should assess a fee, because it does take part of the life out of them, even for a new section. So I'd be glad to bring that back in the future.
That'd be great. Thanks, Terry. All right, any other comments?
Mr. Mayor, I'm requesting a roll call vote on the consent agenda, please, not a all hands, please. I think I'm allowed to do that under the rules. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Next item, oddly enough, is consent agenda. Could I have a motion for approval of consent agenda? Charlie.
I move for the approval of the consent agenda.
I'll second the motion.
All right, been moved by Charlie, seconded by Shelley. Per Tony's request, Catherine, please call roll.
Willman,
Yes.
Voorhees,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Hershey,
No.
Stepp,
Yes.
Godus,
Yes.
Coe,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, that was helpful. All right, next item. A small item, item number 8, shouldn't take very long. Planning item 0420, consideration of a major site architectural plan review, rezoning from RH residential high density to RT residential transitional for the construction of 100 multifamily apartment and duplex units on approximately 5.74 acres. All right, who is starting this conversation?
Hey, Mr. Mayor and City Council, this is Trent Height with the Community Development Department. I'll be presenting this agenda item to you, and I'll begin by sharing my screen with you for a PowerPoint presentation. Just to give you an overview of the process, Section 706020 outlines that the Planning and Zoning Commission is the recommending body for major site and architectural plan review applications, which this application is, as well as for rezonings. They are the decision-making body on variance requests, the two that were associated with this application. So you won't be considering the variances, but feel free to ask any questions along the way. You are the decision-making body. However, if any entitlement is given to the applicant, city staff will still have a construction review phase of final civil and architectural documents prior to the building permit application. A little bit of background on this proposal. In 2018, council approved a somewhat similar yet separate proposal for 79 multifamily units in 10 buildings. The current applicant, Triant Development West, proposes 100 multifamily and duplex units in 6 buildings. That includes the duplex building, and the rezoning of a newly added parcel, which is located at 2710 Blake Avenue, from residential high density to residential transitional. They include an extension of Palmer Avenue and significant common and open space improvements and landscaping. Here you can see the existing property from the intersection of Palmer Avenue, which is currently unimproved, and Blake Avenue. And below is a 3D rendering of the original proposed plan by Triumph Development West. But we're going to go over what is referred to as option C, which has been revised through the Planning and Zoning Commission review process. The property is 5.74 acres in size. You can see the tan area there is the residential transitional zone property. We have some residential high density properties zoned to the north of the site, another residential zoning district here, and then commercial office zoned property to the west and south. This would be the location of the Walmart. I know there were some requests early on to do a site visit here to this property because it's such an important proposal. And in lieu of that, we were able to work with the fire department to do some drone footage and video of the property. And I'm going to go ahead and show that to you now because I think it gives a great overview of the property and where some of the proposed buildings are located. Not sure if it's going to have the horsepower to show you this, but we'll see. I hope you found that beneficial. That was, again, thanks to the fire department for helping us out with that. I did want to go over some of the significant, sorry guys.
You're good, Trent.
Okay, it was playing one of my son's BMX videos thereafter. Sorry about that. We'll go back to sharing my screen here. I just wanted to go over some of the significant consideration that was given to this application by the Planning and Zoning Commission. They spent approximately 9.5 hours on this proposal, starting with the first meeting April 28th, 2020. That meeting was continued to May 5th, 2020 to allow for additional public comment and continued consideration. At that meeting, they recommended that staff and the applicant work with the neighborhood to discuss traffic and circulation in the area. That was another approximately hour and a half meeting that's not included in that 9.5 number I provided to you previously. But following that meeting, the applicant presented option C to the Planning and Zoning Commission, which included significant changes to the site plan as well as the plan for Palmer Avenue, including a street redesign that eliminated a full extension of Palmer Avenue from 26th Street down to Blake Avenue, and instead restricted access to the development site to the intersection of Palmer and Blake Avenues, with the remainder of Palmer Avenue right-of-way being limited to a bicycle, pedestrian, and fire emergency services path. It revised the layout of site size, or the site buildings and sizes. It converted the north parking lot to a public park space and added a duplex just south of the new park space per the commission's denial of a related variance request. There are still 100 units proposed on site, 2 of which are duplex units. Then on June 23rd, the Planning and Zoning Commission considered those changes and recommended unanimously 5-0 an approval of action items 1 and 2 to the to City Council, and the findings and conditions associated with that decision were included in your packet. Just to go over some of the development standards, open space section 70-40-40 and landscaping 70-40-50 would require that a minimum of 20% of the site be reserved as landscaping and or open space. That amounts to approximately 37,600 square feet of area, with 1,360 square feet being interior parking lot landscaping. The proposal also includes street trees adjacent to the site and the new Palmer Avenue path, as well as both active and passive recreation. The applicant, prior to the changes, included approximately 72,000 square feet of active and passive open space, which amounts to 38% as opposed to the 20% required. That active open space includes the public park I mentioned previously, a half basketball court, numerous gathering spaces, as well as an indoor rec room for the community. The passive open space includes geologic hazard debris flow areas, stormwater retention area, and then the undeveloped portions of the property. Section 70-30-20E outlines that multifamily developments require 1.5 parking spaces per multifamily dwelling unit and 1 guest space per 5 dwelling units. That on the surface would require 170 total spaces. However, there is a 20% deduction that's being requested by the applicant and permitted by the code that would reduce that requirement down to 136 spaces due to various things being offered by the applicant, but mainly the proximity to the 27th Street station. transportation area. After the requirement of 136, the applicant is actually proposing 151 spaces. That was previously 148. However, that has increased slightly with their redesign of option C. Section 704080 outlines the architectural elements that are required for all multifamily buildings. And the applicant proposes numerous elements that articulate the buildings they propose. Those include variations in colors, materials, textures, roof forms, changes in wall planes, prominent entries, as well as windows on all sides of the building. What you see here in the middle is a revised elevation for building A, but I did want to include some of the elevations for you for the previous buildings, which have been revised slightly, but the overall design theme has stayed the same. And I wanted to show you these because they're better at depicting some of the depths, the color changes, the material changes that the applicant is proposing. McDowell Engineering provided an updated analysis for the traffic impacts for the projects. And it basically forecasts and analyzes the impacts on the surrounding streets and intersections, and shows that they propose 489 vehicle trips per day on an average weekday. That would include 30 vehicle trips in the AM and 38 vehicle trips in the PM. Majority of the impacts from this development are at the closest intersections to Highway 82, that being 27th Street and Blake Street, closer to Walmart and McDonald's. CDOT has previously granted an access permit for this, the project approved in 2018. However, that access permit will need to be revised by the applicant. Intersection improvements were not required by CDOT nor City Council in 2018. However, there were some temporary improvements required to allow Blake as a one-way south from 24th to 26th Street. The city is intending on further discussing permanent circulation options, roadway improvements, or traffic calming options with the neighborhood following the approval of this project, just to address the issue generally in the neighborhood. However, staff's report does include the condition that the area on Blake be a one-way from 24th to 26th, at least temporarily until permanent traffic improvements can be made. Debris flow analysis was proposed by Golder Associates that recommends debris flow fencing and berms. This is the area that is impacted by debris flow, and that will both help to divert debris flow in the event of one happening from this development, as well as existing Oakhurst townhome development. So questions were brought up about densities associated with this proposal as compared to existing multifamily projects in the city. And as you see, the Triumph development proposal comes in at 1 unit per 2,500 square feet of area for the lot, which is 5.74 acres. If we look at the Lofts development, all three phases included 274 units on less acreage at 4.3 acres, and that would be approximately 1 per 700 square feet. As compared to Six Canyon, theirs is 116 units on 3.74 acres. That's 1 per 1,400 square feet. Or Glenwood Green, which is an older multifamily one, would be 1 per 2,100 square feet for the 60 units on the approximately 3 acres there. The rezoning approval criteria are outlined in section 706040A3F3 of the development code. One being consistency with the city's comprehensive plan. You'll see that this property is designated multifamily residential and hillside preservation. Numerous community goals are addressed by this application, including encouraging economic development, preserving small town character, convenient transportation, infill development, housing opportunities, as well as social diversity. 2, consistency with the proposed purpose statement of the zone district. It does appear that this rezoning, again, it's just for that one smaller lot that's a part of this proposal, is consistent with the transition between residential and commercial uses that already exist in the area. 3, substantial changes warrant the zoning change. The development proposal itself is a substantial change, a consideration that would warrant this change, as well as this would prevent a rezoning, or I'm sorry, a split zoning of the property, the subject property. 4, the intensity of the development does not create significantly adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood or properties. And the intensity of the development expected with this proposal actually decreases from the RH to the RT zone. So it potentially reduces the impacts or the intensity of proposed development. On that specific property, this proposal replaces an existing triplex that's there with the stormwater detention area for the overall development. The approval criteria for the site and architectural plan review are outlined in section 706056. A being consistency with the general purpose and intent of the code. It does seem to be consistent with the code's intent of addressing natural hazards, efficient development, compatible design, as well as addressing various impacts. B, consistency with the dimensional design, development, and other standards of the code. It does seem to be consistent there, excluding the variance requests that were either denied or approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission. C, consistency with any previously approved plat, PUD, or other land use approval. That one does not seem to be applicable in this circumstance. D, consistency with the comprehensive plan, and it does seem to be consistent with the comprehensive plan as outlined above. We did receive some comments from various agencies. I will note that while these comments, we've been going through this review process for quite some time, these comments have either been discussed with these departments or already addressed by the applicant. One with the fire department would be that any fire apparatus road longer than 150 feet requires a turnaround. The engineering department addressed procedures for exceptions related to the proposed Palmer Avenue extension, request to increase the width of the single sidewalk along said extension, clarification from CDOT regarding applicable traffic mitigations, site acreage, soil type outlined in the drainage report, proposed contours, and necessary revisions to the debris flow analysis. Parks and Recreation outlined the need for a full landscaping and irrigation plan. And Public Works outlined numerous revisions, clarifications required for the civil plan set related to fire hydrant locations, specifications, storm sewer connections, water sewer line locations, sizes and specifications, debris flow mitigation, and personal contact information. Adjacent property owners, we have a significant amount of comments from various adjacent property owners in your packet. Kind of impossible for me to go over those. But I will say that, originally with this proposal, many of the neighbors were displeased with the proposal. And I would state that many of those neighbors have kind of moved from displeasure to appreciation for the revisions that have been offered by the applicant throughout the review process. Now, there's certainly some folks that have other concerns or issues with the development. One of those being Blake Gate and another one being the one-way option along Blake Avenue. So there are some issues with folks out there, but many folks have at least changed their opinion of the development proposal. Section 706030G1D allows you to approve with conditions, deny or continue the application. Staff recommends approval of action items 1 and 2 with the findings and conditions on pages 23 through 25 of the July 15th, 2020 City Council packet. I am happy to answer any questions, and the applicant is here to provide a presentation for you this evening as well.
All right. Any questions for Trent? Paula.
Hey, Trent, I imagine that you did much more than 9 hours that P&Z did. So you have totally immersed yourself in this. I have some questions, and it may overlap into questions for the developer as well. So if I get to those, please just tell me and I'll hold them.
Okay.
So one of my concerns, maybe this is applicable not only to you, but to the streets department and that type of stuff. And it is the traffic and how that will impact the neighborhoods. I know there's talk of a one-way portion of Blake going from 24th to 26th Street. and that, you know, would help that Blake Resident Avenue. There are some portions of that that concern me. And number one is that 24th to 26th Street would push traffic up 26th Street onto Palmer. And I'd heard some comments or read some comments through the packet of possibly moving the Blake Gate to a 26th Street. And that was my first question. Is that a possibility as part of that discussion on the transportation and circulation? So that's number one on traffic. Number two, the bus stop for RE1 is on 23rd and Blake. And I wondered if there were conversations as that traffic increases on 23rd Street. Are there conversations with the school district for those kids getting dropped off at the peak hours of traffic, 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning? That kind of backs up traffic off of Blake and up 23rd. And mostly I'm concerned about the kids and their parents who are crossing back and forth across that street as they bring their kids. So I'd like to know what those conversations are. There is a care center on the corner of 23rd and Blake, and there's quite a bit of emergency traffic there of EMT vehicles. Have we worked with Gary and the EMT department on speaking to that additional traffic in that neighborhood and if that's going to conflict in any way? And well, let's start with those ones.
I'm gonna be brief in my response so that Terry can also fill in some gaps, as well as I know the applicant's traffic consultant is here to help us with that. I think you're correct on every front in terms of some of the concerns that are associated with the circulation for this project. I would say that, I think from staff's perspective, we would prefer that we only do traffic calming to eliminate some of the concerns with the increased traffic. However, we are certainly willing or open to allow for the one-way on Blake Avenue from 24th to 26th Street as a temporary measure, only because we understand the issues with the road and surface conditions with Blake Avenue in this area, especially, and trying to have some concern for an increase in traffic there. Again, temporary. We think that once the surface is improved, that will also improve that issue. In regard to the RE1 bus stop and the impacts and potential care center, again, I think what you'll hear is that most of the traffic associated with this development will use intersections not directly adjacent to those sites. But again, I want to let Terry fill in there.
Trent, I'll continue on. So as an overall philosophy, Paula, I personally prefer to keep circulation on all of our streets. I really believe that having a street gated really creates a kind of a private street condition. And so when we began discussions with the developer in response to all of the community concerns, we did talk about the idea of taking the Blake Gate, which really does need to be open to address the traffic from the project. In that, moving or eliminating that gate allows the traffic from the project to be split between two intersections essentially. The model predicts, 40% of the traffic will move back towards 27th Street, and then 60% of the traffic moves to the south towards the intersection of Blake with State Highway 82. So it's important that that gate be open so that, we can reduce the impact at 27th there on our own system. So with that, the neighborhood did ask if the gate could be moved from its current location up to Palmer. I guess my concern with that is that then Palmer becomes essentially a cul-de-sac, and it's it's really no longer a publicly functioning street. It's really just for the residents of Palmer. And, if we had a condition like that, that was a new development, we would ask that that developer keep that street, that we wouldn't maintain it as a public street. It would be just for those residents and wouldn't have, a public connectivity purpose. But to partially address that concern from those residents, of that cut through traffic and the opening of Blake Gate, we did work with the developer to create the option C, which essentially eliminates the cut through traffic on the extension of Palmer that's being considered this evening. And keeps that flow of traffic back on Blake instead of sending it up to the intersection of Palmer and 26th. The other concern with putting a gate at the intersection of Palmer and 26th up there is just that if Blake is one-way southbound between 24th and 26th, and if we were to install a gate at the intersection of Palmer and 26th, we then have a dead-end road condition. So if somebody goes up 26, they're in a situation of needing to turn around on that road and try to find a different way out. And it's a really poor, poorly functioning road. I didn't quite catch the concern about the Roaring Fork School District bus stop, and I understand, the concern about additional traffic past the care center. I do believe, that traffic will increase. Will it create a dangerous condition for, the care center or the bus stop? I would say that it would be no more than, what we would expect. We have, for instance, our busiest bus stop in the Roaring Fork School District system in Glenwood is at the intersection of Midland and 10th. And, we do have, a higher volume of traffic through there, higher than would be predicted here. And we do manage to keep those children safe. I don't feel like it creates, an unusually bad situation.
All right, so continuing on this path a little bit on traffic, none of the, so there would be some rerouting of traffic. It would go through these neighborhoods, but there are no sidewalks in these neighborhoods. And is there a future city, we talk about making sure that our areas are walkable and you can ride bikes and it's pedestrian friendly, and the developers are doing a great job. I see that within the development, but if we're pushing traffic in and around these neighborhoods, we have people walking these streets down the middle of the street because there are no places for them to go on the sides. Even on Blake between 24th and 26th, I've been on that street and had to wait behind cars to come back out and walk around a car after traffic kind of goes. So long-term, are these city streets that are going to be changed so that we can accommodate this kind of traffic coming and going through the streets? And are we going to be adding sidewalks in these neighborhoods?
Right now we don't have like an overall plan to add sidewalks. I know, that Jen has talked to the council about creating a fund where we could build sidewalks as we see fit around town. And it could be that would be a place where a sidewalk addition could be funded. We do have, Blake between 23rd and to 26th really does need to be reconstructed. And we have done, some initial, design layout on that road. Sidewalks can be accommodated, but, it comes at a cost. We have the right of way, at least, without looking at a vertical analysis of it, only a horizontal analysis to put sidewalks on one side of that road. But, the cost would be that, the right of way essentially comes right up to the, the very fronts of those homes. There's just not much left. We would be putting a sidewalk, in close proximity of, some of their doorways.
Right. And you have on Palmer and on 23rd. I mean, none of these areas have sidewalks, so.
It's true. Yeah. In short, given the city will and funding, we could add sidewalks. It just takes, takes our effort and funding to get there. And I would say that an easier solution, and maybe one that would be more palatable to the neighborhood, would be to add traffic calming in the area. And, we did talk to the developer about potentially adding, speed bumps like we've just placed out on Midland to keep traffic down, to a reasonable speed. They're relatively easy and relatively cheap to add. There are other traffic calming measures that could be added. Landscaped medians, elephant ears are some examples. Small roundabouts in the intersection that really slow traffic through those intersections that keep the neighborhood walkable.
Some of those are great. Some of them, like the elephant ears, we need some sidewalks to connect them to, but I get what you're saying. It would be, we could consider that and maybe bring that to the Transportation Commission and have them review what we could do to make this just, we want a small town. And to me, small town is people walking in their neighborhoods and kids riding their bike down the street and feeling comfortable doing that. And I would hate to have to see people in these communities stuck in their homes because of different traffic patterns that are brought about by changing, by the development. And it's not on, the development is a little bit separate from the traffic, but they do definitely impact where that's going to go with us. And that's going to make a difference to everybody in these neighborhoods. So, sorry, working through my thing here, making sure I'm not asking you developer questions.
Sure.
Is this something, because of where we're at right now, we had a long conversation at the beginning of this meeting with COVID, and part of COVID is budget. And I'm just curious on when we look at this kind of development, do we look at the impact to our police and fire and services that we're going to be providing to this development and how that'll affect our budget? And is that a question for you?
It's not a question for me. I'm going to step aside for that, but maybe Deborah can comment.
Okay.
I know the police chief has talked about wanting to add impact fees for development for the police department, but that is not something we have. We do have impact fees for, other city services, water, sewer, fire, parks, but not the police department.
Okay. And so it could potentially affect our budget when the development comes to fruition and we have 100 extra residences in that area.
I cannot honestly tell you that we have a formula that would tell you what that impact is.
Okay.
People do require services. They also shop more in town. So we have not done that analysis, nor do I know if there's a really good way to do it, to be honest.
Okay. And is the electricity for this development provided by the city or Holy Cross once those houses are in?
I believe, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, but all people within the city are served by Glenwood Springs Electric.
And so will this be set up for broadband access for all of these people, and will it be broadband from the city?
I'm going to have to ask Matt to respond to that.
I'm seeing Trent nod his head, so.
Trent, yes.
And one other question, water pressure is low in these neighborhoods, especially in the evening and the morning. Are we accounting for that? And I guess this is a question for Matt, as far as water availability for these neighborhoods with this development.
So that development is fed off of we'll call it the 12th Street tanks. Water pressure is water pressure. It won't change one way or the other, whether they're here or not, basically. They'll be draining the tanks a little bit faster, but we don't have a whole lot of problem with those tanks right now filling them. It's just South Glenwood. So, I'm not expecting pressure to change any. Water will be perfectly fine. They're not going to impact our flows. We are not running our water plant at capacity. The availability of water every single year is a little bit of how much water is coming out of the hillsides kind of thing. But we can also pull water out of the Roaring Fork River at the same time. So, I don't see water, sewer, or electric. We can even get them broadband if they want over to the buildings. I'm not seeing an issue with any of those at that time, for especially just a 100-unit complex. If this was 1,000, we would have a conversation. But a 100-unit complex is not really that much water. And they don't have a ton of green space. The more they can xeriscape things, the better. Because obviously the summertime is when we use most of our water, and a majority of it's used by irrigation, by about 80% of it in the summertime. So yeah, utilities are not a big issue at this point for us in this location. Paula, you're muted.
Thanks, Matt. Thank you for those answers. I'll ask more of my questions after the developers present. You're muted, Jonathan.
Thank you. I was going to say, thank you, Paula. Charlie. And then I was saying, Charlie, you're muted, as I was muted.
I couldn't hear you, so I was waiting for you to say something. Without trying to repeat some of Paul's questions, Trent, one of the questions I have for you, and you may have addressed it when you talked about the parking, is they're requesting a 20% reduction, but that's something that we can grant or not grant. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's actually something that is included in the code as reductions are encouraged, I would say, because of various things such as electric vehicle, increased bicycle parking, or proximity to transit.
I understand that, but we as council or you as the recommendation.
Correct. It actually, it has to be the director, I think, is the person who is outlined in the code as
you're that department, yes, that'll be Ms. Oden. But the city council could also say that we think that we should get that reduction. That's an option we have.
I suppose you could.
Mr. Hanlon?
Sorry about that, Charlie. I was trying to save some bandwidth. Yeah, you have some discretion there as to what you want to do with that.
Okay. The next question I have is, you talk about doing one way from 24th to 26th. Why was that 2-block section picked and not, for instance, 23rd to 27th or 24th to 27th?
Charlie, I'll go ahead and answer that. The 23rd has another little street that allows you access back to State Highway 82. So it kind of has its own, I guess, circulation through there. And the section between 23rd and 24th on Blake is in better condition than 24th, continuing south to 26th. So, mostly it was a consideration of the asphalt condition.
Okay, I'm sorry, then I messed up. What was the first part of that? I thought you were talking about 23rd to 24th, the first part.
Yeah, so, Blake, and I don't have my city map up and I can't remember the name of the little street, but there is a street that once you get on Blake at 23rd and you continue south, you can take would be a right-hand turn onto this small road that brings you back to State Highway 82. So there is another access route back to State Highway 82, so more circulation. But and that small piece of asphalt on Blake for between 23rd and 24th is it is in better condition than Blake from 24th to 26th further south.
Okay, yeah, and so you got the street that comes down by Domino's Pizza there, and I'm looking at a Google map of the city, and then the next street that you turn right on is 27th Street to go down to 8th. I mean, go down to 82. Is that correct?
It would actually be 26th that would bring you back down to Blake, and then from there.
There is no 26 there. All it is it goes next to the thrift store. There's no real street in there.
Hold on. Let me make sure I understand what you're talking about. I'm going to try and pull up my.
26 looks like 26 goes from Blake to Palmer. And that's why I'm trying to figure out why we wouldn't extend this out to 27th Street.
And when you say extend this out, you mean
the one way,
replace it, or the one way?
Yeah, one way. Thank you. I wasn't clear at that.
I think I know what you're talking about. If we did that, we would be changing the circulation through the area because we wouldn't have, you know, the ability to send the project traffic.
Well, I don't know where, if you get the traffic coming out of this, and maybe I'm not looking at the traffic, you get the traffic coming out of this new development. And I like the option C, but if you get traffic turning right onto Blake, why would you want to go down to 26? That's going to force them up onto Palmer, it seems to me. Or if you do it one way and you stop it at 27th, they're going to do 27th, they're going to go out to, let me move my map here. Either 29th Street, which is next to Carpet One, or down to Blake. I mean, those are the three obvious areas that would make the most sense to take traffic from this development out onto 82. I don't think you want, well, let's comment, I won't comment. That's why I was trying to, I didn't understand why you picked 26th and not 27th for the end of the one-way. I understand maybe the other end a little bit.
I think, Charlie, because it allows folks to still use the 27th Street intersection to go north on Palmer. Otherwise, you'd be limiting access north completely all the way, south of the project to Blake Avenue and 82.
Yeah, Trent is correct. You know, it would change Palmer Avenue essentially to a one-way street if you didn't have northbound access. So whenever you were on Palmer, you know, you would have to be traveling south, you know, similar to the condition on Blake Street.
All right, that answers my question. Thanks. And Terry, this may be a question for you. It's not in the stuff that I looked at or that I recall. We have probably potentially having to divert our stormwater into retention ponds. Is that part of the plan here? So we're not putting the water coming out of this development onto our streets and into the rivers and stuff. Are we starting to plan for what we're going to have to do after the census?
You know, Charlie, with the COVID issue, we did have budget allocated this year to do stormwater mapping. But that was one of the projects that we took away, I guess, to help, supplement our general fund. So we won't be able to begin those first stages of the stormwater analysis for the phase 2 designation.
I understand that, but in this development, like Walmart has the retention pond right in the corner there by where this development is there going to be a retention pond to take stormwater from this development and the parking lots and the roofs and stuff somewhere so it doesn't eventually run down Palmer onto Blake and onto Grand and into the river?
There is a detention facility on site, and it was sized to keep or to allow the use of our current storm drainage system in the area, which is very minimal. So yes, there won't be any overflow expected. They analyzed our current infrastructure, and it won't exceed that infrastructure capacity.
Okay, all right. Those questions I have. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Charlie. Shelley.
I just had a couple of quick questions, but first, if I can just speak a little bit to Charlie, your question about the one weighing of Blake between 26 and 27. I might just add on to that. It seems like that's important access for Oakhurst. We do have that whole Oakhurst development in there, and they need to be able to access all of the housing that's in there, not just on Palmer and Blake. So I think we need to keep in mind their access is important also. Let me get to my question. My main question was on parking. And I guess, so this, is for Trent. It looks like the parking ratio is essentially 1.5 spaces per unit. Is that right?
That's the requirement by code, plus one per each 5 dwelling units as a guest space.
Is a guest space. And
so the actual ratio is slightly decreased because of the reduction requested by the applicant.
Okay, but I think they have about 151 spaces they're providing. That's right. My question is, there's already, it seems like whenever I'm down in that area, or if I'm going to the 27th Street station, there are parking issues down there already. A lot of, I don't know if it's transit users or Oakhurst development are parking on the streets there. There's parking on both sides of 26th Street. There's parking all the way along Blake from 26th towards the 27th Street RAFTA station. So I'm wondering if, and again, I brought this up on a previous development proposal. What is the city's recourse if as the development fills out and you get to the point where we're having parking issues and we're having overflow parking on Blake or in other areas and there's really not room for it there? Do we have a recourse, or do we have some way to hold the developer to, since this is a rental type situation, can they put it in the lease or put it somewhere that this is how many parking vehicles you're allowed per unit and you cannot exceed that? And if we get into a situation, it seems like the city needs some recourse if we have parking issues.
I think we certainly could maybe add some type of a recourse via condition into the code, but I know that the applicant will go over significantly their intentions for managing parking on site. They do plan to be both the developer as well as the operator of this rental proposal. So they have plans to keep close tabs on their units via registration of vehicles for each unit.
Okay. All right. So I might ask that of the developer too when that comes up. That's all I have for now. Thanks.
Thanks, Shelley. Any other questions for staff by council? All right, seeing none, would the developer like an opportunity to present?
Sure, and thank you, council members. This is Stephanie Copeland. I am a managing partner of 4 Points Funding, and we are the equity and the main owner of this property. Just a little bit of background on myself. I spent the last 2 years, I spent my entire career in the private sector. And the last, after I retired in 2016, I spent 2 years working for the governor on his cabinet running economic development for the state. And when we designated the opportunity zones, when that legislation was enacted, one of the things we were intentionally trying to do is to bring capital to communities that had needs that would serve the community and gaps that existed. And what we know about many of the rural parts of Colorado is that our housing supply, while we have a tremendous amount of housing supply that serves the ultra high net worth individual, and we have fairly substantial, although growing and more needed, low-income housing, the missing middle workforce housing, we've been thematically concerned about. And therefore, 4 Points Funding, we started our Opportunity Zone Fund to address this issue and are in the process of building several multifamily housing developments across the state in designated opportunity zones with exactly this mission in mind. As Trent mentioned, we are 10-year plus owners. We will be owning, operating, managing this. We are not coming in and out and developing for 3 to 4 years. This is a development we believe in and a market that we believe in. We also could not appreciate more the comment made by Commissioner Stepp with regard to this is a small town and this is a small town feel. You live here for a reason, and therefore your needs need to be heard very well. And while I would have liked to have been further along in the development process, just as a person that is biased towards action, we actually received a tremendous amount of benefit out of the public process that we went through. And as Trent went through this, we went through a number of planning and zoning commission meetings with a lot of different mishaps from, again, a global pandemic to the internet going down to things all over the map. But the benefit, the byproduct benefit of that was that we came up with what we believe is a plan that both addresses many of the main concerns about traffic, addresses the concern that the town really wants more open space. And so we were creative in how we rejiggered our site plan to create a publicly available dog park and open space at our expense and our management. We are not asking the city for concessions in any way. We could push on tap fee waivers given the rents that we're planning on charging, but to be honest, Glenwood Springs is going to be under enough duress with regard to budget and the pandemic that we're just coming through. It's incumbent upon people that are trying to create for-profit entities to pick up their own responsibility. So we are planning to move this along with as few asks as a city, if any, as possible. And one thing on that, the city has been unbelievably cooperative. I met Deborah when I was working for the governor, and this entire staff has been tremendous to work with. So we are really grateful to be here. One last thing I would say that I just want to create a little bit of sensitivity around. When we acquired this property in early January, we acquired an entitled development. So there's a currently entitled development plan that exists that we have the option to build, and that entitlement I think it expires in February of next year. Under the Opportunity Zone legislation, I only have a certain amount of time to put Opportunity Zone capital to work. I only have a 31-month working plan to do that, and that window is closing quickly on our ability to get this money deployed. Otherwise, I impact as a fiduciary my investors' tax benefits they're receiving by investing through the Opportunity Zone legislation. So the reason that we have also a heightened sense of urgency is that window is closing, and we will have to revert to a plan that we don't like as much, the neighborhood doesn't like as much, and I don't think the city would like as much if we aren't able to move forward with what we believe is a greatly improved plan. And the last thing I would say is, I think that you will find that between Michael O'Connor, who leads Triumph Development, Mike Foster, his partner, and Triumph the Architect, myself, we are about as friendly investor developer group that you could work with. We truly have the interests of this community in mind, and we want to be great partners because we're going to be married to each other for the next 10 plus years. And we plan on being a positive contribution as much as we possibly can. So thank you for your time tonight. I'm going to turn it over to Michael O'Connor, who is my lead partner here from a development standpoint. And again, welcome your questions and appreciate being here tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Stephanie. Can everyone hear me? I'm going to try and share my screen here. Can everybody see that?
Yep.
Excellent. All right. I'll tell you a little bit about Triumph Development too, and begin today with Michael O'Connor for the record. Thank you all for having us here tonight. I echo Stephanie's thoughts that your staff has been fantastic to work with. So thank you for having us here tonight. And at the same time, say thank you to the Planning and Zoning Commission for ultimately their direction that has gotten us to this point with the plan we're pretty happy about. While it did take some additional time, the public dialogue that was the additional public dialogue that we went through ultimately ended up in a substantially better plan. And that's, while it's taken more time, it's the way this process is supposed to work, I believe. And so we're very happy with the outcome of that. And when I guess I have to say, it's pretty rare when you have planning commissioners thanking you at the end of the meeting for your approach. And that's truly what we strive for. That's the kind of company that Triumph is. We pride ourselves on being consensus builders. And so I echo with Stephanie's thoughts that this has been a very good process, and we thank everybody involved. Triumph is based in Eagle County. We have a long history of joint ventures and public-private partnerships. We really focused on hospitality and housing in the mountains. We just finished a project this past year for 139 units in Truckee, California. It's a very significant housing crisis there. We did a townhouse project with the town of Vail in a public-private partnership with them. And we're in the process of working on another project with the town of Vail and East Vail for more housing. So I mean, this is a project that sits at our heart. I mean, I think both Mike Foster and I believe that we have the tool set to help solve this housing situation that all of our Colorado mountain towns are experiencing. And it's really a mission for our company. So finding the right partner in Stephanie with, what amounts to less expensive capital is a very important part of the equation. And, the opportunity zone legislation that she was so heavily involved in, I think was, when she focused on Glenwood, it was to try and create projects like this. Trent did a great job of recapping the project. So I have some slides here that I'm just going to move through quickly, but to the extent you have questions, feel free to stop me and ask about it, or we can just wait until the end and do it the more typical way. As far as the development team members that we have, Stephanie's already introduced herself. Again, my name is Michael O'Connor. My partner, Mike Foster, is our in-house architect. We are very hands-on when it comes to the development, and really want to make sure we understand the design intimately and make sure that the project is executed quickly or efficiently and in the best manner. So you'll be hearing from Mike later on tonight. I also invited Greg Schroeder from McDowell Engineering. He, with the traffic questions that have been discussed in the prior plan, they were the traffic engineers on the prior plan. So he has a lot of history on that. He's happy. He'll say a few words, but to the extent that you have questions or want to go deeper on that specific scope, feel free to ask him questions. And then Boundaries Unlimited, Derek couldn't be here tonight. He's actually on vacation, and his partner had a family item he had to attend to. So I think Mike Foster has a pretty good background on that. So if you have questions on civil items, we'd be happy to address those as well. As Trent outlined, there's two items before you tonight, this rezoning, and then more specifically, the major site and architectural plan. And again, Trent recapped the number of meetings that we went through, and it even began with the community meeting back in February that really kicked things off. A couple of slides for reference if anybody has questions, but it's the aerial that Trent went over, and then also the site plan. I'll point out on this site plan, the existing Palmer Avenue right-of-way that was never improved, I think just dates back to a time when the city was, ran things differently. I think the original subdivision was done in the 50s or 60s, but that is one of the driving factors in the overall design, and an existing condition that is there today and is a right-of-way that was never improved. And ultimately this option C, I think, is a very creative solution on how we deal with that existing right-of-way. I'll also point out there's this line over here on the left-hand side of that forms a bit of a funnel. That's where that debris flow and flood zone area comes through the site, and we've tried to avoid that with our site plan here, but also include some significant enhancements to the safety of the overall neighborhood, including our new development.
Michael, can you also on that slide, can you just show where the stormwater drainage is, and we purchased about the parcel that we purchased?
Yeah. And can you see my cursor, or do I need to use a drawing tool? Okay. This 2710 Blake is a parcel that we acquired because it was for sale. We have put stormwater management at that spot to create a little bit of additional elbow room and setbacks along Blake. So it'll read as additional open space. But then there's also a pretty substantial amount of underground detention that we're going to need to put in, so storm chambers and stormwater quality that's going to be underneath the parking lot in at least 2, maybe 3 different spots. So that is something that the plan anticipates and will obviously meet the requirements of the city's code. Trent did a good job of covering 2710 Blake and the conditions of approval. I think this one's a pretty easy one to get your hands around, just given the fact that new ownership, consolidated ownership, and what we're asking for is a down zoning. So I won't speak too much more about that. The evolution of the development plan, and just to set the stage with some of the background that Stephanie mentioned. There is an existing approved development. The entitlements do expire in 2021. So, the clock is ticking on this. Might seem like a long time, but it just takes months and months to get ready and ultimately pull a building permit. So the clock is ticking on this, and I think we're proud of the plan that we've come up with as a pretty significant enhancement to this. As you can see, this plan would create Palmer Avenue all the way through the site. So built to the city standards. It had 10 three-story buildings with 79 homes and 156 bedrooms. It was mostly 2 bedrooms, and it did not include 2710 Blake. Much more spread out, much more kind of park, but much less park space, a couple of parks, but a plan that's we could certainly move forward with. The initial plan we submitted that P&Z helped us reorganize had 100 units in 6 buildings. It had this parking lot at the north side of the site here. And then building F tucked in behind building E and much closer to the Oakhurst townhomes. The rest of it looks pretty familiar, but it also, and most importantly, included a full extension of Palmer Avenue through the site. And, because Palmer Avenue would need to be built to the city's standards, to make that happen required a fairly significant cut into the hillside, right? You have a 50-foot right of way, and you were dropping grade as much as 10 feet in order to build those standards. So, it was something that we were able to accommodate, but at the end of the day, this movement to option C certainly improves that condition rather significantly as well. So some of the things we heard about that and the consistent planning and zoning and then community feedback, minimize the impacts on the Oakhurst townhomes, more outdoor community space, find a way to accommodate it. And, community open space takes up space that, you can put a parking lot. But at the end of the day, I think we've got an adequate amount of parking for a project like this. Pedestrian bike friendly design. The initial plan, while had some sidewalks and things, they were looking for improvements. An on-site management office, which we always intended, but we thought about where to locate a little bit better. And then parking and the direct impacts on the neighborhood. So that's something that we needed to address. And then minimizing traffic impacts on the neighborhood. And that is something we spent a lot of time thinking about, and I look forward to explaining. And then maintain the neighborhood debris flow protections that were in the currently approved plan as well. It's something that's a requirement. So what did we do to that plan? Well, we eliminated building F and created more setbacks for between buildings there. Made buildings A and E a little bit bigger. We eliminated the parking at the north end of the site and added this community park. We shifted the parking to the south, and there's a plan for landscaping and a fence to block headlights and things that's been thought through. We added the duplex building in order to meet the requirements of the code, and then the reorganization of Palmer Avenue, as we've talked about, and we'll talk about some more. Added an office at the development's only entrance, and then a community building in a community room or cafe in at the corner of building D. And then finally maintain the debris flow fence that's up at the top of the site that will not only serve our community, but also provide protection for Oakhurst. So with that, I'll hand it to Mike to talk about a few of the specifics of the plan, unless you have any questions on that.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mike. My name is Mike Foster. I'm with Triumph West Architects, and Michael and I work together hand in hand, as he said. So he's looking over my shoulder to help me control cost, and I'm looking over his shoulder as I'm trying to design the project. So we've got a pretty well-oiled machine between the two of us. The site plan you see tonight, a couple of items that I did want to point out is there was a question about retention, and Mike touched about this briefly. So building A, as you come off of Blake onto Palmer Avenue, building A is to your left, and building left, and building B is to your right. Then to the left or to the north of building A is one of our retention ponds that are on site. And then working with Derek and our civils guys, we're proposing right now 3 underground holding facilities as well. One in the parking lot of building A where Mike has his cursor, one in the parking lot of building B, which is on the south side of Palmer Avenue. And then the other one is in the main parking lot down between buildings D and E. So those are the locations that I know there was a question about drainage and making sure that we don't worsen the condition that exists there today. So we believe we're going to enhance that condition and hopefully hold all of our runoff and drainage within our designed criteria there. The park to the left. So again, that falls within the Palmer 26th Street and Oakhurst townhomes. And as Stephanie said, that is going to be a public park. We will maintain it, but it's going to be open to the public. And I know there were some questions about that, and it will be an amenity that's welcomed. The whole public will be welcome to use it. Along Palmer Avenue, one of the things too that whenever Mike was talking about how the grade, we would need to drop that grade to make Palmer a through street. By raising it up, we've had numerous conversations with the fire department to make sure that they could still maintain access. And they've looked at it, they've approved it. So you can see a 10-foot wide asphalt, and then we've got shoulders on either side. But by raising that grade, it eliminated the retaining walls on the uphill side or to the east of Palmer. So in the previous plan where we had a full right-of-way street or a city street there, some of those retaining walls were getting to be 10, 12, 13 feet tall. And now they're down to nothing. There will be there's going to be a maintenance road, a dirt maintenance road that goes up so we can clean out that debris fence now and then. And that takes off where Mike is showing the cursor. And there's going to be some 2 to 4 foot boulder walls there to just help us get that road up to the clean out. But for the majority of Palmer Road, we've been able to eliminate those tall retaining walls. The main parking lot, as you can see, we extended that to the left or to the north. Whenever we did that, the last piece of that parking lot from that last green tree to the dumpster there, which is roughly about 70, 80 feet, there is a grade change between that parking lot and the Oakhurst townhomes. And between landscaping and then putting a 48-inch tall wood fence on top of it, we can control headlight pollution, we can control visual and other aspects. So that shows you a little cross section of what we're proposing. That grade, like I said, is really just down on that far left or far north end. Once you get back to the dumpsters, the parking is basically on grade. So it's just those last 8 or 10 parking spaces there that has that elevated retaining wall. We were also talking about bike racks and other amenities spread out throughout the site. So we've got them placed at entries at the different buildings. The parking, as we were talking about, there's 151 spaces. We have 8 handicap spaces within there. And then we're also putting in the infrastructure for 2 EV stations. So those will be, one will be in between building D and E, and the other one is up between buildings B and C. The debris fence, Mike talked about that. So that's at the top of the page or the far east of our property. And that runs about 450 feet in length, and not only protects our property, but we feel like it comes in and protects some of the other existing homes and structures within the neighborhood. So that was quickly it on the site itself. Next, when we talk about the project or the design, so right now we've got 5 apartment buildings with a total of 98 units in those 5 apartment buildings, 61 2-bedroom units that are 945 square feet with the storage, and I'll talk about that here in a minute. We have 37 1-bedroom units that are 630 square feet with storage. And then we've got the duplex. The duplex is your standard duplex with 2 mirrored units, 1,240 square feet, each having about a 380 square foot garage. What Mike has here on the plan on the screen right now is a typical building. So at the bottom of the screen, you can see we're walkout on the downhill side or on the west side. Each one of these buildings was placed into the site working with the existing grade. So as we cut into the hillside, you can see there between the grid lines in the middle of the building is where we've created storage area. So each one of our units will have a storage unit that is caged off and is fully controlled, so that each, if you're a user and you have unit 101 here, for instance, you would have a cage back there that you could park your skis in, or have a bike or a canoe, or different storage units within this area. Back in that area too, we also have building storage and we have water entry. In a couple of our buildings, we're actually building in dog wash areas as well. We know that, you know, dogs are such a vital part of the family fabric, so we've decided that we want to take care of those as well. So that's on the ground level. We're calling that the ground level. As you can see, Mike has the red arrow there. Mike, if you go to the next slide. So as we work our way up the building, levels 2 and level 3 are identical. So they're full plates, full floor plates. You've got on grade on the uphill side or on the west side, and then on the downhill side, now you're one floor above the finished grade. So that, as you can see in the building section, the downhill side, we're a 3-story building. The uphill side, we're a 3-story building. And then our roof structure, our trusses, make up that difference. Again, these have center corridor, central stairways to meet all of our egress requirements. So all of these units on the ground floor and the first floor will be ADA adaptable. And then we've got 6 of them that will be full ADA accessible. So Mike, go on up to the 3rd floor, and then the 3rd floor, you can see here on the downhill side, we're basically tucked into that roof, and on the uphill side, we've got a 4-unit or floor plans there that represent the 3rd floor on the uphill side. Storage, we talked about that. Like I said, we're 98 units, so we've got 98 storage on that ground level. If we go on now to elevations, Mike.
Yep.
There we go. Samples and colors of our elevations. So we've got 2 building colors. We've got scheme 1 and scheme 2. I've divided these up. So we've got a total of 6 buildings. We have 5 apartment buildings plus the duplex. So 3 of them would be scheme A and 3 of them would be scheme 2. These are a mixture of stucco. It's a 2-coat system down low. Then above that, in designated areas, we have a cementitious lap siding, or we have a board and batten. And then on some of our bays or our extensions out, we've actually gone to a metal product. I think this gives a pretty good representation of how you can see we've changed up the color scheme and changed up the material palette from buildings A to B and C and D and throughout. All buildings will have an asphalt shingle. All buildings will use the same bronze vinyl windows with a pretty high STC value, meeting the criteria so that we can give our residents, close the window and you can have pretty good silence within your unit. Dark sky compliant lighting. So there'll be lighting at the entry doors themselves, but really no other lighting besides the parking lot lighting for security reasons. That's the exterior palettes, and here I've actually got full samples of this, and I apologize if we were meeting in person, I'd have my full material palettes and samples there, material boards, so you could see them. But it's like I said, it's a cementitious, a hardy material for the lap siding and board and batten. We've got a metal, and then we've got the stucco color, asphalt shingles, and then a vinyl, pretty high-end vinyl bronze window. Color scheme 2 is just slightly different, has some different tones to it. And if you go to the next one, Mike, you can see there. And again, if somebody would like to see these, I can bring up the samples or get those to Trent and get those distributed. So that is really it. Mike had talked about the office. We have an office in building A. Right next to that, and we have the fire command room, and we have a bike tuning room. In building D, we've got our community room. It's 950 square feet, indoor space, and then outdoor, we've got a small little outdoor space too. And then we've got a large overhead garage door basically there that can open up. So on nights, I'm sure it's nice there tonight. On nights like this, that could be opened up, and you could have 900 square feet inside and about 300 square feet outside. So I think it's a nice amenity for our residents at this project. Mike, I believe that's it. And we'll get into questions. And if anybody has any questions or comments on the architecture, please don't hesitate to let me know and I'll answer the best I can.
All right, thank you, Mr. Foster. Questions for the developer or questions for staff? Tony, go ahead.
I asked you, Mr. Mayor, if I was unmuted and I was not. Mr. O'Connor, thank you so much. I don't know if this is a question for you or Mr. Foster, and Paula and Shelley alluded to it, but what are your thoughts on this one-way street? I'm concerned that this might be like a short-term thing and then it's going to drive your residents crazy and the other neighbors crazy. What are your thoughts on that section of Blake being one-way?
Yeah, you know, I actually have a couple other sections of presentation to cover, and traffic is one of those things. So I think I could probably tee up that conversation.
I'm sorry, I could wait. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's no problem, because I do have some visuals that I think could help describe some of the questions that were being asked before that we could refer back to help frame the question and possibilities out there. Greg, you want to just quickly talk about the findings of the traffic impact study and has Greg Schroeder been promoted to?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Okay, once again, Greg Schrader with McDowell Engineering. We are traffic and transportation consulting engineers, and we're based in Eagle, Colorado. As you can see here, Michael has a slide up here that we talked a little bit about our traffic impacts, that study that we performed. I won't go into a lot of detail on the traffic impact study, but I do want to give you the overall highlights. So the big picture is traffic impact studies are required for any kind of development. They're also required for our permitting with CDOT for any of our accesses that we have to access along Highway 82. One of the things that we did do is I wanted to kind of talk a little bit about some of the differences that we had with our new development, which is the 100 dwelling units versus the previously approved plan that Stephanie and Michael had spoken about earlier, which was the 79 dwelling units. You'll see here the very first bullet point talks about that actually it generates less traffic, and that seems a little bit counterintuitive to some people at first glance. But the big reason is because we actually are using a land use code that is represented from an updated manual that we use, which is this ITE 10th edition. You'll see that under the new plan there. So our actual proposed vehicle trips actually decreased by a slight amount. So again, the reason being behind that was we previously had just an apartment use, which lumped together all different sorts of apartments, from everything from a duplex all the way up to a 10-story high rise, and that was not a very good estimate overall. And in the new edition of the manual, they said, hey, you know what? There are different size apartments. There are small apartments and townhomes that maybe are 2 or 5 units under a single floor, and then there are medium, or what's called mid-rise, which are in the range of about I think it's 2 to about 4 stories high, and there's high-rise, which is greater than 4 stories. So that's why you see the numbers actually decrease. It's due to basically, again, newer data that's been presented in some of the guidance references that we use. I also want to point out that all this information has been submitted to and reviewed by Terry, the city engineer, and she did not have any comments or problems with this proposed difference in volumes here. As was mentioned earlier, we do have existing access permits that are approved for the current approvals. We will probably need to update CDOT because with this option C, some of the traffic is being shifted around slightly. So those volumes that CDOT would be seeing at their Highway 82 access would change slightly. And it's always just a good idea to update them on the current thing. So that's something that we would have to do. But I see that as very administrative based. It should be fairly straightforward. What I really want to talk about is what is the actual traffic impact from this project to the surrounding neighborhood. And what I'm speaking about is generally the neighborhoods that are directly located to the north of this site here. As you can see under the bullet where it says new plan, we have a 30 VPH, which stands for vehicles per hour, in the morning, and then we have a 38 vehicles per hour in the PM peak hour. And let me explain why we look at the peak hours. So when we do a traffic impact study, we generally look at the peak hour of operations during a day. That helps us to ascertain what the maximum impact on a street network will be during that time and what the maximum impact on a given intersection will be at that time. So typically, as in this case here, we have a residential development. Your morning peak hour basically concurs with that morning rush hour, as we're very familiar with, and PM peak hour concurs with the evening peak hour. Generally, it's people that are in the morning leaving to go to work, and in the PM, it's when people are coming home from work. So that doesn't mean that there's not traffic during the rest of the day, but these represent the two peaks that we generally see from residential developments. So in the morning, we're going to see a maximum volume of 30 vehicles per hour, and in the PM, we're going to see a maximum volume of 38 vehicles an hour. Now, what does 30 vehicles per hour mean? So a vehicle per hour basically means a trip that crosses a line. So if we have 30 vehicles per hour, you can do the math, I've done it for you here, but basically that's one vehicle every 2 minutes on average. We know nobody ever drives the average rate, so you might get a case where you might have a few vehicles that are kind of back to back, but then there might be a larger gap of greater than that 2 minutes. Similarly, the 38 vehicles per hour translates to one vehicle every 1.5 minutes, about 90 seconds. So I just want to kind of give you that as a kind of a mental gauge if you can kind of try to figure out exactly what that means. I know that a lot of times we see these numbers and they're scary numbers and we don't actually know what that means. So I really want to make sure that you understand that's the volume that we're talking about that this development will generate during those morning and those evening peak hours. Okay. Our third bullet here, we talk about the impacts from this project on the surrounding neighborhood are minor, which is 4 to 13 vehicles per hour. And I want to also predicate this, that this was with the I guess the original submitted application prior to the option C, which was presented. If you look at the graphic over on the right-hand side, you'll see that there's these little purple lines which represent the trip count position there. So you can see, like in the upper left-hand corner where we talked about, it says project AM peak hour volume of 4 vehicles per hour that would be going north and south along Palmer Avenue, and project PM peak hour of 5 vehicles per hour that would be going north and south on Palmer Avenue. Those were, again, volumes that were analyzed prior to the option C. So what we anticipate is, it's our opinion that if the option C is the one that is selected and we don't have this north access, all those volumes that you kind of see over there in that north neighborhood, the ones that are in the box over here that says Palmer Avenue north of 26th and 26th Street west of Palmer, a majority of those will shift to our south access and will be distributed out that way. People will make a route selection and they will either go north and then take a left on 27 to access Highway 82, or they'll go south, drive through the recently opened gates and drive south on Blake Avenue and access Highway 82 near the McDonald's over there. So what I wanted to point out for you is, if you look at the volumes that we talked about and the slide here where it says, it's red here, that we had 4 to 13 vehicles per hour that were previously impacting the streets, again, without the level C, 4 vehicles per hour, that translates to 1 vehicle on average every 15 minutes. 13 vehicles per hour translates to 1 vehicle every 4.5 minutes. So I want to make sure that you understand the scale when we hear that traffic is going to be substantial and significant in the neighborhood. I just ask you to consider if you were, sitting out there, in the front yard of one of these residences here, and we're counting 4 vehicles per hour, you better have some strong coffee there because you might fall asleep. 4 vehicles per hour is every vehicle every 15 minutes. 13 vehicles an hour is 1 vehicle every 4.5 minutes. So that's kind of explaining the magnitude that we're talking about. And again, as we mentioned, with option C, where we anticipate that the traffic volumes that were previously going to be impacting from the North Palmer access, with option C closing that North Palmer access, those trips would be distributed and accessing on the South Palmer access and would be further away from the neighborhood. So I think that's kind of a good way to summarize it and to try to make sure that you understand the magnitude that we're talking about. The other thing that I also want to point out is this very last bullet here is the existing traffic sources and congestion of the increased traffic is something that you'll see once the Blake Gate is open. And so by that, what we mean is with the gate open scenario, we anticipate that there is going to be potentially more vehicles that instead of how they would previously have to, leave the commercial areas, the Walmart, all the other 2020, eye care, all the other businesses over there would basically have to access over the south access on 82, is that some of those vehicles would now be accessing through the Blake Gate, going north on Blake, and either making a left on the 27th at Highway 82 or working their way up through the neighborhood, possibly going across 26th. If the one-way is in place from 23rd to 26th, that would divert some of those trips over to Palmer. And so that is what we're seeing when we talked about some of this diverted traffic. Is that what we would see? And so the important thing to keep in mind, though, is that is traffic that if the Blake Gate were to be opened, would happen irregardless of this development. Next slide there, Michael. Okay, so I think that's kind of what I can cover, and then I think you wanted to go ahead and talk about this here, Michael, as far as your...
So can I just break in real quick? And Greg, thank you very much, and Michael, I appreciate the thorough answer to Tony's question. And this is all great, but I think we are getting to the point in our meeting, it's 8:30, where one, we've been here for 2.5 hours and probably could use a short 10-minute break before we continue. And two, I just don't see how we're going to be able to give the riparian zone discussion really any the full weight of our consideration, because after we get to public comment, it's probably going to be well after 9 o'clock, and I can't imagine riparian is going to take less than 2 hours to get through with the list of attendees that I see. So sorry to interrupt, but I think if the attendees who are here for riparian, thank you very much for everybody being prepared this evening to present and to have your comments heard. We will continue this to our next meeting on August 3rd, and we'll have you first on the agenda. So I apologize for making everybody hang out for a couple hours. I was a little optimistic on how quick we'd be able to get through some of these things. So, and it was our fault because we took almost an hour on council comments. So we did this to ourselves.
Mr. Mayor, if you would, if you're going to continue that item, I'd like a motion of council to do so.
Thank you.
Mayor, I would make a motion to continue this to August 3rd. I would ask that whoever prepares the agenda, Mr. Mayor, and you and the city manager, consider making everything else very limited. These people should get to go first too. Thank you.
That's why I said we'll be first on the agenda. Thank you, Tony. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Tony, seconded by Charlie. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 It's August 6th, Mr. Mayor, and I think that's what was intended in the motion.
What's that?
The date of the next meeting is August 6th, and I think that's what was intended in the motion.
I think I said August 3rd.
Yeah.
I think I said August 3rd, and that's where Tony got it. So again, that's on me. So
August 6th, I apologize. The first Thursday in August.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Charlie, is that okay? Give me a thumbs up if you okay. All right. So let the record reflect that Charlie also agreed to that with the thumbs up. Let's just do it one more time. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Let's take a 10-minute break. Everybody, let's get back here by 8:47.
Shelley, can you hear me? Just shake your head, yes.
Yes.
Alyssa, are we ready to start back up? All right, everybody. Thanks for that brief break. I know it was needed by me. Anyway, Michael, I think, Mr. O'Connor, I think you were, I interrupted you unceremoniously before we took a break. So please continue.
Yeah, I'll continue, and I'm going to try and keep this as brief as I can. So obviously, lots of conversations about the traffic here and a lot of detail there. And Greg, I think, did a nice job of summarizing a lot of information that he's presented to council before with other traffic presentations for this. We're all familiar with option C and what it does to prevent or deter cut-through traffic on Palmer Avenue. But to recap what the current entitlements included, basically the Blake Gate was opened at staff's recommendation on improving circulation in this general vicinity. And the quid pro quo for that was let's make Blake one-way south. And I'm showing this arrow going all the way up to 23rd, but it really is only to 24th, as was corrected earlier.
Michael,
So,
you're not sharing your screen right now.
oh, I'm not? Here we go. So, here's what generally shows what current entitlements has. It has Palmer Avenue completed and, has the risk of becoming a cut-through street. But Blake Avenue was discouraging through traffic, northbound through traffic by turning it into a one-way street. And that was accomplished through, some traffic calming measures, some signage, elephant ear at the corner. That's what the current plan represents today. And as Greg mentioned, there's a CDOT access permit in place for this. So after much talk and and I think we brainstormed 7 or 8 different options and brought them to staff before this community meeting we had, zeroed that down to a list of 3 or 4 and then presented it. And really what came out of the community meeting was several different things. Preference for one-way Blake south, a strong preference for traffic calming measures. And we talked through numerous different options, but ultimately settled on with staff's recommendation on a series of 2 speed bumps on Palmer Avenue between 23rd and 26th. And then option C. And, with this image, you can get an idea of some of the traffic circulation patterns and, but what moving the one-way configuration on Blake south. And, ultimately what we submitted in our application was what the community we heard was asking for. Really, the only difference between what we submitted and what staff is recommending is those traffic bumps along both Palmer and Blake, rather than controlling it with one way. That's a question I'm sure we're going to talk about, and you've already have begun to talk about, but everything else would be the same. At the end of the day, which of those 2 options is better? Which one has more community support? And which do you, as a decision-making body, ultimately want to support? So, it's been a lot of conversation. It's a challenging issue, and I understand it from the residents' perspective. I think one of them at the beginning said, this doesn't have to be a win-lose. It can be a win-win. And what we have come up with, I think, is a significant improvement on the existing entitlements, and is something that we're happy to be involved in. So, as it relates to traffic, those are the options before you, and I'd be happy to bring these images up whenever you're discussing it. Moving on to parking and property management. So, Trent covered this by code with what the code requires, and we are parking in excess of what the code requires. I guess just a couple of words on that. I think your code is extremely intelligent in its parking requirements. It is at 1.5 spaces per unit. That is more than enough for an apartment project, particularly with ones that are this close to transit. How do you solve how do you solve housing issues in communities with transit problems? It's by encouraging density at spots that are close to transit and close to community retail that people can rely on without having a car, and build homes that are going to attract families and households that lives are conducive to really only having one car per unit. So we're not parking it at that, but we certainly are going to encourage those types of uses. How do you make sure that that's what happens? Keep in mind, this is a rental project. It's going to be a rental project forever. And you have the ability to control with an on-site property manager, you have the ability to control parking through leases in a much more substantial way, rather than an individual, say, townhouse that is privately owned, rented to as many people as they want, and isn't as thoughtful about the parking situation. We, more than any, want to make sure that this is controlled and controlled appropriately. And so, because we're just creating a headache for ourselves if we don't. And so, I think there's numerous options that you can put in place to make that happen. It begins with having on-site property management to control not only parking, but trespassing and poaching of parking from the transit station across the street, for say. And then a managed community where parking can be controlled by leases, right? You can specify the number of cars in each lease and the number of residents that live in each unit by the lease. You assign parking spaces with parking passes, and you can also then implement parking management tools such as charging for a parking space. Make it more affordable to live there if you don't have that extra car. So those are all things that we plan to do, and I think we can address, and I would even offer we can make it a part of the entitlements if that's important as a condition. Let's see, I think I'm getting to the end here. Trent, I think, did a real nice job of covering it. I mean, from what we heard from P&Z, I think we addressed all of the items that they represented. And if you just look graphically at what the code allows, we meet all of the conditions. We've got, when compared to the currently approved plan, we've added in a parcel. Yes, we have more units, but it's really only a couple of more bedrooms, and as many bedrooms are in that duplex today. We've increased the mix of units to accommodate more types of households. The current plan really only has 2 one-bedroom units in it, and having not only those duplexes but more one-bedroom apartments means we're going to appeal to more household types. So I think it's a better mix of and helps build the community better. As far as setbacks, building heights, but we meet all of those. Lot coverage, we're substantially under what's allowed. The landscape areas, we've got substantially more than's required. We've got the parking that meets the code and even exceeds the requirements of the code. And that parking, as it relates to some other apartments I've been involved in, familiar with, I mean, 1.2 parking spaces when you have this kind of access to transit is more than enough. Or I should say is enough. And we're here at 1.5, and we have just the one zoning variance compared to 5 variances from before. The plan, it's one we've been proud of. It's taken a long time to get to, but we're excited to present it to you tonight and ultimately ask for your vote on this. As Stephanie mentioned, time really is of the essence. We're already 6 months into ownership, and we have 24 months more to make the investment. So time is running out, and so with many months ahead of us to get to building permit, hearing your thoughts and ultimately getting your decision, there's a high degree of urgency for that. So with that, I'm open to any questions. We've got the whole team to answer, and look forward to hearing what you have to say. Thank you.
So Tony, originally this started off as a question for you. Do you have any additional questions?
No, thank you. I appreciate the thoroughness of that answer, and I learned a lot. Thank you, Mr. O'Connor.
Sure.
Okay, we literally have questions from everyone else. All right, let's start with Paula. Go ahead, Paula, you're unmuted.
Thank you. A few questions once again. Thank you very much for that presentation. and what you have done to try to accommodate some of the concerns from the community. So I'm just going to jump right in. You somewhere in the paperwork, it mentioned that you were pursuing HUD certification, and you've mentioned that these are going to be more toward taking care of the problem we have with middle income affordability on housing. Can you talk about the HUD certification, and can you share what you're looking at for potential rent for these units?
And sure, Michael, do you want me to, it's, Commissioner Stepp, it's not a HUD certification, it's a HUD lending product. So we've applied for a HUD section 220D4 housing, a mortgage, a debt on the property, which you would lever any of the property. We're also looking at conventional lending. And that we are well into that process and been working pretty collaboratively with HUD. So I don't mean to, with a HUD loan though, does come an enormous amount of research into the property that will provide things for the community, including another housing feasibility study, appraisal, assurances around environmentals, et cetera. The rents that we are planning to charge will be for a 2-bedroom rent, we will be about all in, including parking and any fees that would occur, right around $2,200 per month, which is a couple of $100 per month less than the comparables that are in the market that were more recently built and are do not include some of the amenities that are packaged into our rent. And a 1-bedroom, Michael, keep me honest, I think is right around $1,600 per month. Again, including the storage that Mike Foster talked about, pet fees, parking, et cetera, are included in that. We're not going to try to play around too much with come in low and then add a ton of fees. We just want it to be fair. The trouble with, and we'd love, by the way, the rents to be lower. The site itself is troubled in that it's a steep site, and it creates there's a tremendous amount of mitigation that has to occur. But it is also ideal because it's sitting on transit. So having a transit oriented site for those people that are most likely going to be traveling up and down up and down the corridor of the valley, we thought is right. And we've, in our pro forma, we have forecasted 1% rent escalations when typically people forecast 3%. And so you have this problem if your income's only going up by a couple percent, but your rent's going up by 3%, then all of a sudden it creates a gap. So we're being very sensitive to that as well, while we are still trying to make this work financially. So hopefully that's enough. That's enough. And please have any other questions, we're happy to answer.
Great. Thank you. In the, I don't want to jump to traffic yet because that always ends up with a long conversation, but I do have a question on that. When I look at the design of these buildings, and I'm in an apartment and I'm on the 2nd floor, how many exits do I have to get out of that building if there were a fire or something like that? Is it just one exit, or is there a front and the back? I couldn't quite figure that out.
Yeah, there is a front and a back. On the downhill side, you would exit at the ground level, and on the uphill side or to the east, you would exit at level 1. So there's an exit to the east and one to the west. So you would have 2 ways of exiting out.
For each of those little subdivision units. Okay.
Yeah.
So on the ground floor, there's one that goes to the west, and then
Yeah.
on the 2nd level, there's one that goes to the east.
Yeah.
And the 3rd and 4th level would be able to access out of that 2nd level, correct?
Yeah, either that or go all the way down to the ground level.
Yeah, there's one stair tower that goes up all the way up.
That just shows my, I feel like in this position, I've had to learn so many different professions.
Sure, right.
And then what is your plan? We talked about parking, and I still feel it's kind of limited, especially when you look at guest parking. And then we get to the point of storing snow. Are you planning to store snow on site when you move it off those parking lots? Is it taking some of those parking spaces? What are you seeing there?
So again, this is Mike Foster. I have a snow stack plan that does not compromise any of our parking spaces. So, in a perfect world, we would be moving all of our snow to either landscape islands or designated snow storage items areas so that we don't lose one of those 151 parking spaces.
And I think with the way that the site plan lays out, we're going to need to maintain that bike path because it's an emergency access. So we have it's going to be able to accommodate a fire truck. So certainly it can accommodate a plow. We've got plenty of space. In the event of real heavy snow, we've got spots to move snow to. The storm. There's the storm pond. I mean, there's areas that are around the site that we can make sure that we are able to open up all the parking that our residents are going to need.
Okay. And I'm glad you brought up the pond, the retention pond that's going on the property that you're asking for the change in zoning. Is that open? Is that, how do you kind of protect neighborhood kids from getting in it or that type of stuff as far as, I just don't want to see a person drowning, I guess is what I'm saying. Well, how does that work?
I mean, it's really just a temporary spot to hold water, but it is different than the one that sits next to Walmart. That's more of a chamber. The plan for this is a landscaped area, so it's sloped down at 1-to-1. It creates an area for water to gather, but it's not a dangerous condition.
So somebody could get out of it, basically.
It's not steep enough that you need fences. It's just
or ladders or anything like that.
Yeah.
Okay. If you cannot control the number of cars your leasees have, your renters, what do you foresee as kind of the overflow parking or people parking? Because as Shelley mentioned earlier, between RAFTA and people who are living here already, there are not parking spaces on these side streets. Do you have an arrangement with Walmart? I'm just kind of curious on what you're looking at.
Well, I mean, my plan A, and maybe the real plan here, is controlling it with the tools that I represented. I mean, I can't. The fact that this is a popular transit stop is something that I don't think we can control.
Right.
I do think with having development here, it's going to clean up some of the. It's kind of the end of the line right now, right? Nobody pays that much attention to it. You get down to the Blake Gate, and sometimes there's cars just parked on the street. I think the city's done a better job of controlling for some of that more recently. But it really comes down to what people commit to in a lease, and that's that right there is plan number one. And is there opportunities for somebody to rent a spot from Walmart privately, or we could arrange other means for people to park there. I guess you could, but I don't want to lean on that. I want to lean on the fact that this plan at 1.5 spaces to 1, especially in light of everything that's happening with transportation these days, the move to smaller vehicles, the move to electric cars and bikes, the ride sharing options. I mean, I've been involved in a conversation over here with some interest from some ride sharing companies in getting to a critical mass in the mountains. And I just think with our target residents, those younger populations that are more used to that, it's inevitable. And so, letting parking spots control the number of houses we need is an antiquated way of thinking about it, I believe. And I think good planning these days, and I'd be interested in Trent's opinion on this, but good planning recognizes that the solution to our traffic problems is transit-oriented development rather than building more cars or sprawl, more parking spaces and sprawl.
My concern is we've just spent the last 6 months with our transit system limiting it excessively. And who's to say in this day and world what we've all dealt with in the last 6 months, what would happen? I agree with public transit, but if we encounter these kind of situations, then people are stuck, especially when you have to travel places to commute to work and stuff. So that's why I bring this up.
And if and I hear you, that's fair. That's why I think you got to find the balance. I mean, I would be comfortable at 1.2 spaces, but 1.5 is, that's that everyone has one car plus.
Right. So are you guys aware that they're looking at doing a potential overpass or underpass at 27th Street because of that transit station? And is there going to be any conflict if that does happen with this development, joint developing going on? And maybe Trent, that's a question for you or for Jen on when the potential of that 27th Street overpass or underpass might start through RAFTA and stuff. I know we've had conversations. Terry, you're the perfect one for that.
Yeah, we are, in the planning for that, with RAFTA for that project. And, initially I know the engineer there, Nixon, was hoping to begin construction in 2021. But, we were just talking about the timing of the project, and it looks like design probably won't be complete until perhaps even, midsummer to late next year. So 2022 is probably a more realistic construction timeframe.
And Michael, were you aware of this potential
Yeah, I was
project going at the same time?
I can't say I know the details of it. I can tell you that the intention has been the construction entrance would be through the Blake Gate, right? So the Blake Gate would not open to the public until the project's complete, but our traffic would be coming up Blake rather than coming through that more congested intersection.
Okay, great, because that'll be fun for you and for us, just so we know. So the other thing that I kind of zoned in on was the soils. This is on alluvial fan, right? And I did read through the Huddleston Berry engineering report, and there was all kinds of information on there about how to mitigate what you're looking at with that soil. And at the very end of it, it said, you need something like this company there kind of watching every step. And how do you guys plan to take care of that engineering aspect? Or is that going to be city staff that kind of oversees that? And Trent, is that a question for you or Terry or?
That usually is a responsibility of the developer. Yes, geotechnical testing has been done, but it's something that's ongoing throughout. I can tell you that and Mike can speak to the more details of it, but when you're building in a place like this, you need to, with soil conditions like this, you've got it's much more than just a simple spread footing foundation.
Right.
We have tell me what the foundation is again, Mike.
So we have a mat foundation that our structural engineer has been working with our soils on. The stem walls range from 24 to 30 inches wide. They go down 3 feet, and then the thickness of the slab itself is 8 inches thick. A typical slab would be 5 inches. So we're over excavating the entire footprint down, building it back up with stable soil, and then putting in a mat foundation.
And no micropiles?
No micropiles, no.
Right. But we just have had problems on the other side of the river, things going downhill, the whole building. So that's one of our concerns, is making sure that we take care of that.
Yeah, and we're going to make sure we have gutters and downspouts that controls all the water, so you're not introducing any additional water into the ground, unnecessary water into the ground near the foundations.
And Trent, is that taken care of? Is this take care of what we need to worry about with soil stability?
Well, I think so. And the only thing I would add, Paula, is that anytime you have a special foundation type or mitigation plan, it's pretty standard that you'll have the geotechnical engineers on site doing inspections.
Okay. And then my last question, and I saved it because it's traffic. Sorry, I got to get all my different names here. Greg, did you do a traffic analysis of people shopping in Walmart and the Roaring Fork Marketplace? Because I'm kind of curious of that, those people residing in Glenwood who are shopping in those areas that will come through the open Blake Gate and also potentially impact that traffic. And I'm just kind of working from history of seeing traffic flow in this neighborhood.
Yes, we did. We looked at what would happen if the Blake Gate would be opened. And what that basically comes out to be is, when you do a traffic study, you compare the background to the project generated. And when you add those two together, you come up with a total project traffic. What we did is, when we took that background traffic, we adjusted it to compensate for the effects of the Blake Gate being open.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I just didn't get my question answered if there was an analysis of the people shopping there and if they were local or if they were up valley or down valley. And maybe I wasn't clear on that. So there was some kind of analysis done on that?
Yes, there was. We actually analyzed, I believe it was at least 4 different scenarios with the gate open, with the gate closed, and with the one-way and without the one-way. So I think that came out to be a total of 4 scenarios. And we had basically revised our traffic study to have all those different 4 scenarios in there. So they were all evaluated.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Paul.
All right, thanks, Paula. Next, Shelley.
You're muted, Shelley.
Okay, did that unmute me?
Yes, you're good.
All right, great. Thanks. Thanks for the presentation. And I think Paula hit on a lot of my questions. But first I'll go back to the parking. And it sounds like you guys do, I appreciate the slide on the management. And it sounds like you would be open to having some type of a condition as part of the acceptance of the project, if we get to that point, that would say something like parking shall be managed so as, you know, not to exceed the available on-site parking for the project. I guess I would be looking for something like that. So would you guys be amenable to that?
I don't want to speak for Stephanie, so kick me under the table, Stephanie. But I do think I've done something similar in the past. An actual written parking management plan that staff reviews and comes up with, and even create some provisions to approach us if it's not working. And
okay,
yes,
right, like if
okay, so if that's something perhaps you can work with staff on and bring that back as an option to our next meeting, that would be great to see. And then the only other question I had is for Mike Foster, I believe, for the architect. And just wondering, there was a little bit of a conversation about the color of the buildings. I guess I am wondering, can you give a short summary of the energy efficiency levels that you guys would be working to on the buildings? Particular, like, are you building to a particular IECC edition? And I think this is relative to the affordability of the units as well as the comfort and quality. So
yeah, so that's a great question. And actually, I was talking with our green consultant this morning, as Stephanie was talking about, with our HUD certification, our HUD process that we're going through, we're required to have a green consultant and meet certain green aspects of the construction. And then what we have to do is, once we are open, we have to certify that we actually met the design intent that we were tracking along the way. And then 16 months after the day we're open, we have to then certify again that the energy consumption or the overall green aspects of the building are meeting the design criteria. So we're going to be going for the National Green Building Standard and a bronze level of certification with the National Green Building Standard. And then we'll also be having an energy score. So on an energy on our appliances, we have to be achieving a higher energy score along with that National Green Building Standard.
okay, great, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, thanks, Shelley. Charlie, you're unmuted.
Thanks. Thank you by the way, for explaining the drainage situation, storm drainage situation. I appreciated that input. I really like what you guys are doing. I want to thank you for working with our staff. You talked about our staff work with you, and that we have a great staff, so I'm very proud of them. But also you're willing to adapt and change. I have two concerns, and so my questions really relate to that. And you've heard some of that already, is the parking. I think putting something in the leases, all that stuff's a great idea. The reality is, if I want to have two cars, I'm gonna sign a lease, say, sure, I'll have one car, then I'm gonna go park in Walmart, or I'm gonna go park on Blake or somewhere. So I have a concern about the volume of parking. And so this is somewhat of a hypothetical question, and you can choose not to answer it if you want. And Michael, I don't know if it be you or Mike Foster, but let's say I said I wanted you to give me 171 parking spaces versus 151. Where would you put it?
Well, the first place we would go is the park on the north side. And to the extent that there is a problem, we always have that option later. So, you know, that is spot number one. And you know, in theory, I think going to the buildings, you're just driving cost up unnecessarily then. You know, a service parking spot versus an enclosed parking spot is one you got to build and one you just got to put a foundation on. So there really is not that many options, but when you're trying to find the balance with this plan. And I'm confident as the group that's going to own it for 10 years, I'm confident that it's adequate.
And I appreciate you being around for a long time. That certainly gives me a level of confidence. So it's kind of what I thought. I was trying to figure out where you put them, and you got to dig into the hill up above Palmer, and that doesn't sound like a good option either. So
yeah.
The second issue I have is traffic, and with all due respect to Greg and his work, I've watched traffic in this town increase, particularly in the side streets. Did the Grand Avenue Bridge? It was a nightmare. There's no better way to put it. And it is amazing to me what people will do. That's why I asked my question about to the staff, why we're going to 27th Street. And I sure understand the Oakhurst issue, but I'm watching, and I don't know if you put your traffic movement back up, but it seems to be really easy. If I want to get through town, and right now people go down Blake, as bad as it is, they'll go up to 27th when traffic's backed up, and they'll go down Blake, and then they'll go up a block, which is really where you have to go to get a Blake, and then they'll come back down around the hospital and go at Blake, and you get all that traffic all the way through town, and that impacts not only this local neighborhood, but then neighborhoods kind of in my ward, which is Ward 3, which is the east side of Grand Avenue, 13th North. So what I'm concerned about when I look at this is, if you go back to the one where Blake is one way, if you could.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. So my concern is this junction where the red hits the two greens, is we're going to push people up on the Palmer, and even with a couple of traffic bumps. I mean, we have traffic bumps on Midland, and that doesn't reduce traffic at Midland at all. Luckily, with the new bumps, it's going to slow them down a little bit, but it's not going to reduce traffic. So these people at Palmer, and therefore they're going to come, instead of going up to Blake, they're going to come down to Blake. We're going to have that same problem with people trying to avoid the traffic jam that is there back in Glenwood Springs every day. So is there something else that you see as a developer that could be done differently? Because you need Blake Gate open to make your development work correctly. But there's a lot of people going to be impacted, not just the people in the neighborhood. So.
I mean, we've studied a lot of stuff here, Charlie. And so is there other options? I think there are many options. I think we have settled in on an option that we heard from the neighborhood made very substantial improvements. Could you, could you carry this down one way down to here? You could, but it's going to make getting to the Oakhurst townhomes more complicated. I think, I would encourage you, or at least kind of maybe even implore you, think about, I believe that the basis of decision should be the impacts of the development, not the impacts of the background, right? I mean, the congestion is.
And Michael, I agree. I'm not trying to argue with you on that, but I agree it's impacts the development. I don't think we as a city can do anything different. But when you open Blakegate, which is needed for development, it's going to have more impacts to the immediate neighborhood. That's my concern. I don't know
So
that I.
Charlie, can I direct us back to the question portion of the thanks?
That's what I was trying to get to. That's what I was saying. You said you looked at other options. Is the only other option going to one way up all the way up to 27th?
I mean, we looked at a bunch. In theory, you could just move the gate a little bit north, right, and put it at just above Blake and Palmer. That's an option, but it's not an option that has staff support, because opening up the traffic patterns in this area is going to help the traffic at the bus stop and just general circulation patterns, I think, is what the experts who I rely on tell me. But you could move the Blake Gate north. When we initially made this application, knowing that we didn't change the bedrooms counts, we just said, let's go with the existing, and it was a bad decision. It was a bad assumption, but we just said, let's go with the already approved traffic pattern. This battle has been fought and decided. And what we heard was it's not good enough. And so I think what we have here, is a lot better than what the current entitlements have.
Thanks. Again, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just looking for options.
We looked at a lot. I mean, you could, but there are some other ideas like that.
Okay, thank you.
Say one other thing, Charlie. One of the commissioners on Planning and Zoning Commission, one of the things he really wanted us to do to try to mitigate this north of our site is push as much of our traffic out of the development down to the intersection near Walmart, which is why we thought that was helping to mitigate some of the traffic that would otherwise come up north and congest the neighborhood a little bit more. And what by the new plan we have for Palmer, which makes it not a through street and the only interest to come in, that was one step that I believe the community was more satisfied with that than prior, and so that was one of the steps we took through planning and zoning, just as a little bit of background.
Thanks, Stephanie. I appreciate that. I just wanted a real quick question. You mentioned the bike path, and I hadn't thought about it before. Michael or Stephanie, I don't know which one would address this. Is that going to be maintained by you, or is that be maintained by the city?
That's us.
Okay, that's going to be in our agreements with you guys. Okay, thanks. Thank you very much. I appreciate your answers.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Charlie. Next, Steve Davis, you're unmuted.
Thanks. I don't think I have my hand raised unless it was from a half hour ago or something.
It was.
All my questions are being adequately answered. So thank you very much.
God bless you, Steve.
I know.
All right. Rick, you are up. You're unmuted.
Yeah, I want to thank Stephanie and Mike and Michael for your presentation. I don't know if that's Mike squared or not, but you certainly have given us a very thorough look here, and much appreciated. I'd like to say that it would have been good to see your PowerPoint, and this is probably through no fault of yours, before this meeting. I think it would have helped us all kind of cut through some stuff fairly quickly. So
yeah,
good professional job. We've been at this for a while, and I'm still with you. So yeah, I just want to go back just a little bit to like the projections that you're working with here. Obviously, you wouldn't be before us if you didn't see, a great likelihood of filling this thing up. And even during the pandemic and the fact that we have other apartments, as you mentioned, comparators that are out there. Can you speak a little bit about when you think this might fill up after it's constructed?
Yeah, so first of all, we would break ground, assuming we gain approval, we would break ground towards the end of January, early February of next year. That we would do some site work prior, but that would be the predominant vertical building. We have a 16 to 18 month construction schedule in our plan. So it really puts us in service by the end of 2022.
Okay.
So, early fourth quarter, late third quarter of 2022. From there, you typically have a lease up of anywhere from 6 to 12 months to get to your kind of stabilized occupancy, which we're assuming about a 5 to 7% vacancy rate, which is well above the long-term averages of the valley, but we are also trying to be very conservative in our business case. So so that's the timing. It's probably 2020 into 2022, going into the end of 2023 is when we'd see this fully stabilized.
Okay. And your underlying demographics, your market research sort of supports that then, I'm thinking?
We have a housing feasibility study that we're going on right now, but we also use the Greater Roaring Fork housing feasibility study that was done last year that really speaks to where the greatest gaps are, the greatest where the professions are, and that's what we're building towards. And frankly speaking, you know, the reason this type of housing hasn't been more developed at even lower cost is not because it can't be done. It's because there's opportunity cost in doing it. Developers can build in Aspen and Basalt and Carbondale for much higher prices and rents per square foot, and that really absorbs much of the labor and the expense. So we are because it's part of our mission, we are forcing ourselves through this path, and we'd like to see other people do it. We want to kind of show the way, not because we want your city to become Manhattan, but we also want people to be able to live more equitably, you know, in a market that is as ideal as Glenwood Springs.
So, you know, it's happened in the past, just for your logbook, your Starship logbook. You know, the 2 apartments that we approved came to us and said, this is all attainable housing for middle income teachers and firefighters and police officers and everybody that really does the work of keeping the community together. And shortly after they opened, we started seeing things like luxury apartments for rent. And so there seemed to be a little cognitive dissonance, if I can, between, you know, what we were told and what we were sort of wound up with. And you know, I understand marketing. I understand that you need to, you know, get the spaces that you have built and worked and slaved over filled. So it's just really interesting to me that you're able to come in at this time, $200 maybe less for a 2-bedroom than what we're seeing currently. So, please go ahead.
We could probably charge more, but our investor class as well, the limited partners that have come into my fund are also mission aligned. So, and just as a small aside, one of our biggest investors in my fund is one of the Walton families, and they are very mission aligned with Western Colorado and creating economic resiliency and vibrancy. And so they're also looking over our shoulder saying, make sure you're not predatory, make sure you are doing the things that align with the community, but still be fiscally responsible. So there's a few different intentions that we want to, I mean, I think it's important to know, but I'm sorry that that's happened, and it's why we're not asking for different concessions from the city, just because we think we can figure this out on our own, frankly.
And Rick, one last thing. I mean, affordable by design is like surface parking, right? Finding the way to do, like, those decisions have costs, and so when you know, of course, everybody wants a garage. I didn't have a garage until I moved into the house I moved into 7 years ago, right? I mean, I parked on the street up until then. So anyway, that affordable by design, but still yet livable, is part of the secret sauce.
Well, and I'm not necessarily a big fan of the 1.5 ratio to an apartment. I mean, I think we're, you know, that's our city code, and I've been talking about it for quite a while. And, you know, I just don't seem to be able to get much traction here with the folks that, you know, that I interface with. And I understand the economics of that too. If you add another 25% to your surface parking, then you're into a situation of needing to perhaps increase your rent more. So, you know, the last question is, and I asked the former owners this, and I never really got an answer. And so I'll just throw this out to you. Had you thought at all about making any of these units rent controlled?
You know, so the answer is we are open to that, and we're open to that for what we've had some initial conversations, very high level with no real traction, with RAFTA saying to your employees, do you want to do something here where we would figure out a way, because there is benefit to us in accelerating the lease up and creating a stable, supply of occupants. We are definitely open to, instead of calling it rent control, because that creates a subsidy issue, calling it not a master lease, but a special agreement with different departments in the city and or the school district that would facilitate their workforce living here a little bit cheaper. We would get some benefit and some stabilized occupancy. So that we're certainly open to that. And we'd actually like to have those discussions.
Yeah. And Rick, building on what she just said, we're here kind of close to the starting line rather than the finish line on this. They're just the particulars of financing, that stuff, it's like, I really got to know exactly what it costs, and I really got to know that that the potential subsidy that your incentive programs for makes sense, and I really got to know that my lender doesn't have a problem with that, because it puts you in a different category. So, I guess I can't give you an answer because I don't know the answer, but I certainly would love to take advantage of that, because I think a portion of these is part of the mission.
Yeah, and I'm just going to close out here by saying I know that the city is interested in affordable rents. Now, not necessarily attainable rents, but I think that there would be a willingness for us to work closely with you and other entities to, in the event that you're approved, to help you maybe stabilize your flow of renters. So, having said that, I want to thank you. Good presentation. When you do this with another town, I don't know if you have another one on your hit list, but if you could get them, this professional grade PowerPoint ahead of time, I think it would be, save, at least 3 or 4 hours of going through 600 pages. So.
That means they're going to have to get it done before 10 minutes before.
That's right. That's the downside. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rick. All right. Any other questions for staff or the developers? All right, see none, we will open this to public comment. We have a few people left. I see some hands. All right. Joel, Trish, Frank, Lorraine. We'll start with Joel. And Joel, please give your first, last name, your address, and you have 3 minutes for your comment.
Hey guys, Joel Shoot, 111 2nd Street. I just have a couple concerns. I know a lot of people in their 20s and 30s around here, some of them firefighters, some of them teachers. With the current economic and COVID crisis, some of them are on furlough, some of them, don't even know if they're going back to work. So one of my concerns is that and maybe this will not be a concern in 2 years, but you probably considered this, that people right now wouldn't be able to afford $2,200 a month. I mean, that's more than I paid for a 3-bedroom house with a garage, 6 months ago before I bought my house. So $2,200 sounds like a low price, but really in reality to a 20 or 30-year-old who's working class construction worker or a firefighter, that's still a lot of money. And I know you're trying to keep the cost down, but that's just one of my concerns. The other concern, and maybe something you might want to consider, is this traffic issue. We've talked about it a lot. I mean, you guys, I want to thank you. You guys have a really good presentation, and this all looks really good on paper. It really does. It's one of the better ones I've seen. But if you drive through there, Blake Avenue sometimes is basically a one-way street anyway because of the cars, or a one-lane street. And if you're having construction go through the Walmart gate, 29th and the highway is already kind of a hard place to turn on into and out of. So if you're having, like, you're probably gonna have to bring a lot of dirt out of there. It sounds like if you're gonna put water ponds under your parking lots. I don't know how that works, but seems like just the construction part of this is gonna drive people crazy in the neighborhood. Maybe not, I don't know, but it might be a last resort. You might want to have, the city might have to consider light at 29th Street if the parking and traffic thing goes south. Yeah, I don't know. I think everything else has been addressed, but I just wanted to voice those couple concerns as a citizen. And yeah, I will cede my time to whoever else. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Trish Kramer, you're up next.
Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay. Number one, very pleased with the revised plan and support it. Number two, you are in receipt, although it is not apparent in your packet, of a petition of 47 homes and 93 resident signatures that opposes a Blake Avenue one-way because it will funnel all of the unwanted traffic they're trying to avoid onto Palmer Avenue, who will bear the brunt of shopper and commuter traffic that we deal with now with a gate. And so there is distinct opposition by Bennett residents, Upper 23rd residents, and Palmer residents to the one-way plan. It's not clear that you've received a petition with that many signatures. Finally, that blasted gate, and I know it's a headache for everyone. It was put up 30 years ago for a reason, and that reason still exists in far greater magnitude than ever imagined when Walmart was built. We understand why CDOT and RAFTA want the Blake the Blake gate gone in order to spread traffic over 3 intersections. This traffic challenge and keeping the original Blake gate promise to protect neighbors north of the gate can be solved by moving the gate north to 26th Street. 26th Street is so narrow, very steep, it can't even handle sidewalks to protect pedestrians. It cannot bear more traffic, and it will have it. It has it already with a closed gate. Oakhurst residents can use Palmer to access 82 as they do now. Blake Avenue residents can continue to use 24th and 23rd. Palmer the same. You have the 27th, 29th, and South Blake Avenue intersections for shoppers and commuters. RAFTA buses will have a full South Blake and Highway 82 access. As a council person once told Terry Parch, I think, we owe people a trip through our town, but we don't owe them a fast trip. Please protect our neighborhoods near the gate and all of the valley floor homeowners north from speeding commuter traffic whenever and wherever you possibly can. Our home is our sanctuary. We neighbors are desperate about this traffic assault, and we feel like our fate is in your hands. Please give this gate decision much more serious consideration and support this project. They did a great job of improving it for their new residents as well as neighbors. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Trish. Frank Martin.
All right, I should be unmuted.
Yes.
All right, for disclosure, I am married to City Councilor Paula Steps. My comments here are strictly mine. The current track development plans are clearly the best from my point of view, particularly with regard to the upper end of Palmer. I appreciate their effort to find a meaningful solution. I, along with my neighbors on Crestwood and Palmer, by the way, I live at 805 Crestwood Drive. I, along with my neighbors on Crestwood and Palmer, are concerned about the impact of opening the gate on Blake. That would certainly open our neighborhood to more traffic, and if the proposed change to make Blake Avenue one way is implemented, much of that traffic and the increased traffic of the Triumph development will head down Palmer. There will be significant and negative disruption to our neighborhood, particularly its children, families, pedestrians, and pets, who all use these streets without sidewalks. The traffic studies try to put numbers to the increase of traffic. However, there is an unknown number, a volume of traffic that marks a tipping point of frustration, aggravation, and fear for safety. I clearly saw this tipping point while the Grand Avenue Bridge was closed. There was shouting and finger waving. Obstacles were placed in the street. Our neighborhood was no longer the quiet, peaceful neighborhood we previously enjoyed. Tonight, I asked the council to take bold steps to put the harmony of the small town neighborhoods over the priority of cars and traffic flow, which I believe are better handled on Grand Avenue. Thank you all for serving the city, and also my thanks to the city staff for all their work.
All right. Thanks, Frank. Lorraine Witzel. I'm killing your name. I'm sorry. You're unmuted.
Hi, thank you. It's Wiltsey, Lorraine Wiltsey, Hager Lane. I thank you for the presentation. It was very well presented. Thank you to the city. Good questions. It's very thorough. Having listened to this and seeing the plans, I would urge city to oppose this project due to its scale, impacts to the neighborhood. The traffic issue is huge. This 24th, 23rd, it's not something you want to figure out later. This is you wanted to have this pretty well dialed in. Parking and infrastructure, big issue. Our water main breaking, I think, is a big wake-up call to how old it is. But the biggest, 1.5 spaces per unit is not sufficient. And suggesting policy through lease enforcement is not realistic. I live in Thunder River condos. Our HOA is constantly dealing with parking violations. We have 2 spaces per unit, and it rolls into snow removal because the cars don't move. They're not where they're supposed to. We have leases. We do everything. We've gone to booting, towing, constant issues. So thinking you're going to police it through leases is just not practical in my understanding. And the soils were an issue, the runoff and the downhill drainage. I don't think we got good answers on that. Gutters and downspouts are great, but I really want to hear that the stormwater capacity isn't just okay, it's robust. And 2,200 is a concern, that price point. And I just think this is just too big of a scale to make this decision tonight. I'm hearing the developers have a heightened sense of urgency. The clock is ticking. There's a few concessions that they might consider, but overall the financing is of issue with them. That concerns me. You really want to be in partnership with something solid, and you want to have all these little things dialed in, figured out, and not leave it for after the fact. And we've all been in this traffic with the Grand Avenue, and this just sounds like a nightmare. I'm not hearing the resolution that I was hoping for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lorraine, and sorry for slaughtering your last name. Next up, Doug Winter. I got that one.
Hi there, this is Doug Winter at 1116 Westlook. I appreciate the developer's attention to detail on presenting their plans and their efforts toward making affordable housing in the area. However, I'm wondering if there's a way to increase the capacity of the RAFTA stop there. I don't think that 1.5 cars per unit is realistic. I'm curious if that's an average or a median in their study. And I think that there's an opportunity to keep affordable housing, however, also increase the capacity of public transit. And my main request would be to look further into the public transit and non-vehicle transit with this alternative. So thank you for your presentation. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Doug. Aaron and or Bill Lee, you're up. You are unmuted,
Oops.
I believe. There you go.
Hi, I'm here with my husband also. This is Aaron Lee. We live at 2502 Palmer Avenue and here in Glenwood. I just wanted to also say thank you to the developers for revising this plan. I understand what the last woman was, implying, but the bottom line is that we won't. They can always go back to the subdivision that they were going, that was the city council's already proposed, approved, and it's definitely not in the best, that was definitely not in the best interest of our neighborhood. So I do appreciate what the Triumph Bell Rippey developer has done with this revised one. One of the things that I would like to ask the council, and I would actually even ask most people, is, isn't it human nature? I mean, it's true that Blake Avenue is narrow and the road is in not the best condition, obviously, but so is 26th Street, a disaster, and has a big hill on it that is a nightmare in the winter. It's a nightmare in the summer with people in cars. And so interesting enough, it's human nature to, when you're driving, if a street narrows down, you slow down. If there's bumps, which granted you wish there wasn't, everybody does, but that even slows you down more. But if their street is wide open, people speed up. It's like, yay, I can get through faster. It doesn't even matter that it's a neighborhood, that there might be people or kids. I mean, the people on Blake are driving 15 miles an hour. The people on Palmer that are driving down our street are driving 30, 35 miles an hour. None of us have any sidewalks. None of us have that kind of infrastructure. And the bottom line is that, yes, somebody asked me, well, what should we do? Well, then I guess if we all have to deal with this, we should all be living in the neighborhood together and dealing with all being two-way streets and absorbing it all together. We already are absorbing it all together. So I don't really understand why everybody's talking about only Blake. Nobody seems to be worried about what happens to 26th or Palmer or 23rd or Bennett, the little stretch of Bennett that's also wide open that people go very fast on. Nobody seems to care about what's happening to those streets. So I just think that if we're all going to live here and coexist together, we need to share the good and the bad. So nobody wants to go to war with each other in the neighborhood. And I think the city's kind of putting us in that predicament. So I appreciate everybody's time, and I hope that you guys consider what we're trying to ask for with our 80 plus people that signed a petition. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Aaron. Diane Reynolds, you're unmuted. Diane Reynolds, there you go.
So sorry. Yes, Diane Reynolds. I live at 1215 Blake Avenue, which is closer to 13th and Blake. And my first question was with regards to the traffic impact studies. My curiosity has always been about, these studies are very complicated, I'm sure, but my question is, how accurate are these studies in hindsight? Does anyone revisit the projections and say, yes, we hit this spot on, or no, we missed the window? So I believe that these traffic studies, in my estimation, are way under what the realities would be. And I think that we're being led down a path that looks pretty rosy, but the reality of it is we have sat at peak hour in front of our residence on Blake Avenue and counted over 100 cars in 15 minutes. So my concern about the Blake Gate opening is we would then be directly connected to not only Roaring Fork Marketplace, but also by association to Highway 82. And we all know what happens when traffic is frustrated with their bumper to bumper lot. They will take to every side street feasible. So I would like to just say, I don't believe that the traffic studies that we are being shared with could be anywhere near accurate when you look at connecting two great traffic generating machines, which would be Lower Blake to Roaring Fork Marketplace and Highway 82. There's got to be a better way to keep traffic restrained so that we preserve our small town character. I know that you're all very familiar with that. We've been working on traffic management and concerned with how traffic moves through our city for a very long time. And we're really hopeful that you will revisit these policies of opening our streets to automobility and try to institute restraint throughout our community to preserve all of Glenwood Springs. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Diane. Trish Kramer, you're up next. You're unmuted.
This is Scott Kramer. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Scott.
As a neighborhood, we met with Jennifer Uten, Assistant City Manager, and Terry Parch, our traffic engineer, for a walkthrough on Palmer Avenue. And hearing that the fire department and police departments had approved the new emergency access bike path on Palmer Avenue right away, I've concluded that the latest design of the Bell Rippey rental apartment development makes perfectly good sense and helps to preserve the Palmer, Bennett, Crestwood, 23rd Street, and Blake Avenue neighborhood. I very much support the revised site plan C. I am, however, very much opposed to making the short section of Blake Avenue, 24th to 26th Street, one way, as are the 93 neighbors who signed the petition that we turned into the city in the last few days. A one-way configuration of that section of Blake will simply force all northbound traffic from that neighborhood and from the shopping center and Highway 82 up through a disastrous 26th Street and down our wide open Palmer, down upper 23rd and over Bennett and the other section of Palmer. I think we need to keep Blake two-way along with the rest of the neighborhood so that the traffic burden can be shared on both Palmer and Blake. Once the Blake gate is open, this existing traffic burden will rise exponentially. Protecting one street and making a bad situation worse for another just does not make any sense. Revisiting what we did with the planning and zoning, city staff was not in favor of one-waying Blake. They did, however, talk about speed bumps on Blake and Palmer. Sumner had talked about keeping the gate closed to the public until Blake is improved. And I heard you guys say tonight that the gate wouldn't be open to the public until the build out of the project, and that would give us plenty of time to improve the street on Blake. Terry Parch had also mentioned to the planning and zoning that you guys were looking at a minor rebuild of the surface and calming measures on Blake Avenue. She also said that the city wants a compromise between the residents of Blake and Palmer on a one-way configuration with meaningful community conversation. Thank you for protecting our neighborhoods and homes at the same time as you lead the city in growth and development of the business. This balance is critical to the quality of life of us and you and our town. Thank you very much.
Man, you timed that well. All right, thank you very much for those comments. Wolney, you are unmuted. Michael or Trish Wolney, you have 3 minutes.
Mr. Goetz, do you hear me?
I do, yes.
Okay, so I just got to tell you that the Oakhurst townhouses that are 34 units. They're in building this entire city block. And you're willing to cut through the infrastructure to build 105 apartments into this place that was built in, the Oakhurst apartments that were built in 1970, in which the flood zone straight above them, there's no way they could dig into the mountainside and not cause a problem. And everybody from Grand Avenue up. So let's not even talk about the roads and the traffic. Let's talk about the infrastructure. And the apartments or the townhouses are below, and the apartments that have been there since 1970. And now we're talking about the infrastructure that you guys are planning to build above it and build 103 apartments on the hillside that you guys are going to be pumping all this water into these hills and plant all these trees. It's not what you guys are good. It's not what you guys are looking at. Let's talk to the fire marshal and see what it's going to take let's talk to the fire marshal and what it's going to take the to pump water up there. To start a fire. It's going to be a fire after fire. You guys are totally wrong on even building this complex in the first place. It's way too big and it's not right. Why don't you talk to the,
All right.
Why don't you talk to the people?
Monica, could you just wrap up your comments? You've exceeded your 3 minutes.
All right, thanks.
Thank you very much for those comments. I appreciate hearing those. Any other comments from the public? Okay, so as planned, seeing no other comments, we are going to, Carl, you're going to tell me how we need to take a recess, take a vote probably to recess this to the next.
Yeah, what we would like to do is continue this to the next regular meeting. And during that time, we're going to be continue to accept written public comments. We're doing that because of the format that we're in, just to make sure people have an opportunity to comment on it, but only taking written comments between now and the next council meeting, at which time you guys would take notice of those comments and then also make a decision on this application.
So why are, so I'm just as an order, apologies for asking the question, but as for order process, why are we continuing this?
We have been continuing land use items between this presentation and the next meeting to make sure that the public has a full opportunity to comment, because obviously we are working in an environment where it's difficult sometimes for the public to access or comment, depending on the platform that they're using. And so this gives them the opportunity to at least look at the YouTube video of the presentation and provide those written comments. We're not going to be taking oral comments again, but that has been the process that we've been using at the council level for the last, since we had to move to remote meetings.
Stephanie, I know you've mentioned the timeliness of your application and our next meeting is 3 weeks away. Is this something that is mission critical that you have to get decided for before August 6th?
We have very difficult decisions to make as I mentioned, the timing on how long we have to deploy the capital. And if we are at the edge of having to just pull permits on the existing entitlement. And it's why we were so rushed to get into this meeting so that we would have the chance. And we thought there had been so much public comment through the sessions that we've had since February and then through Planning and Zoning Commission. Now that said, I want to do what is best for the city. I'm just going to have to regroup and understand what our options are, and we may not be able to, we may have to just move forward with what we are.
Yeah, what I would say is that we could certainly look at doing a special meeting. We've just been trying really hard because there's a real risk with these land use applications.
Totally.
And I don't know if council's amenable. I'm okay if it's only a week apart. I would just like to see an opportunity where people could see, take a look at what's up, because they may not be able to watch live. It's a difficult opportunity to be able to comment when they can't come into council chambers, watch the presentation and comment. There's no magic in the next regular meeting. So Tony had his hand up there. He was.
And Jonathan was going to acknowledge me.
Yes, I was.
I saw you did not. I watched you the whole meeting, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, would you entertain a motion? I am concerned hearing some of the comments tonight and hearing from, I just forgot her name, Miss Copeland, sorry, that time is of the essence here. I would make a motion to continue this 1 week if that's sufficient, or if that timing works. And, Ms. Copeland brought up the issue, and it was brought up by some of the commenters, that they have approvals in place from 2018 and they could go forward. And I don't think that would be what the city wants or what the neighbors clearly want. So the sooner the better, but I would make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
I'd second that.
So is everybody able to next Thursday reconvene? We do have a recycling center open house. Charlie, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to mention that because I want to be at that open house. So I have no problem if we start the meeting at 7 next week, so that I can attend the open house and the recycling.
What time's the open house? I'm sorry.
5:30 to 7.
I'm okay with that also.
Paula, do you have a thumbs up opinion? Thumbs down? Thumbs up. Councilor Voorhees? Next Thursday, 7 o'clock. I think that is.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good idea. I'd sure like to get a copy of the PowerPoints between now and then. And I think that we should discipline ourselves to no longer than an hour meeting. I think if we're going to allow written comments from people, I'd be curious to know how we would get that word out that written comments are being solicited in that short of a period. But if that can be done and we're comfortable with it, I would say proceed.
All right, it sounds like we have consensus next Thursday at 7 o'clock.
Does that work for the applicant, Mr. Mayor?
Well,
I guess it does.
Does,
yeah. I really hope so.
It does, and we are grateful. Thank you.
It sounds like, just to recap, it sounds like from our attorney that he would like at least 1 more week. So that's the extent. It sounds like, Stephanie, it works with you and your development team and Michael and Mike and Greg. And so we all can be there. Public comment is closed for this. So I think that.
Let me qualify that, Jonathan.
Sure, Carl.
Oral public comment is closed, but you're accepting written comments up until the next meeting. And again, the only reason for doing that, one, is that that's just the practice that we've been doing to give people ample opportunity with land use applications, and frankly, reduce the chances that they will be challenged in this environment. Because frankly, a lot of jurisdictions just aren't doing land use right now. So that's really the reason for doing it, just so the applicant understands. but you do need to take a vote on the motion, Mr. Mayor.
On my motion.
Motion, which was, I think, friendly amended to be Thursday at 7 o'clock.
I see Paula. Go ahead, Paula.
I would just like to make sure that we are confining this Thursday night meeting to just this one topic and not adding additional topics of concern to the city at that night.
That would be included, Ms. Step, in my motion if I could amend that. Just this issue.
All right. Single topic.
COVID update.
That's Wednesday.
That and riparian rights, please. Those two things. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding.
You guys are killing me here. This was funny 2 hours ago. All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed or thumbs down? Hearing none and seeing none, let the record reflect it passed unanimously. Thank you very much for the presentation. Everybody is incredibly thorough and professional. We look forward to seeing you back Thursday at 7 o'clock, where we will have our conversation and hopefully we will take a vote. So thank you very much.
I'd be happy to share, get the PowerPoint presentation to Trent and he can distribute.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you next week.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Bye.
All right. We do need to get to electric building design, and that's Matt Langhorst. Can we just power through, or do we need to take a 5-minute break?
We get it. Okay.
Power through, Charlie? Okay. Matt, knock yourself out.
Hello, council. That was a good one right there. That was a lot of fun. Sorry, I'm going to kind of jump into this one. I have some exhibits if you guys want to see them. We have talked this previously. The electric department owns a property down in Devereaux Road between, call it the plumbing building and whitewater rafting. It doesn't exactly have an address at this point. It never has been addressed. But what we were looking at was designing and building a electric department down there. Currently, the electric department is the only department that does not have a home for the future, since the MOC did sell last week, and we are now officially there, minus the use of the fuel station and the wash bays. We would like to move forward with designing a new building, meeting code as much as humanly possible, with also incorporating potentially a second story on the office areas for the broadband department. Which could use a home in itself because they are currently renting a location downtown. And we could save quite a bit of money not renting broadband department and renting a location for electric at this point too. So what I'm proposing is we did go out and talk to an architectural firm. They put a proposal together for doing all the design, all the permitting for us, development and everything. It seemed a little excessive to us. And we'd like to kind of have a little more control over the design of the building so we can keep it aesthetic as it needs to be, but more functional than anything else along the road there. So I guess the short of it all is we're asking is okay to move forward with about $180,000 in design fees, with SGM being the mechanical, structural, site civil engineer on the project. We would actually be hiring Newman Construction, who has their own in-house architect, to help us design and price out the building so that at the end of the day, we have a really solid construction price for it coming from SGM and from Newman Construction. And also employing Doug Pratt at Land Studios to help us with landscaping, coordination, and working the entire building through the planning development process. So it would be a significant undertaking for the year. We are very excited about doing it. Doug is very, very excited about having a building and not being where he currently is, even though he loves Joel over at National Transmission. The building is way too small for what they need to. It's kind of a temporary home, and that's what I promised him. So I would ask council if you A, have questions, or B, if you want to see the exhibit had been presented previously of the building, the parking, trying to fit in some rafter parking adjacent to the building so that people can use the three beaches area and be able to get to rivers and the wave park also. It's 10:10, so I thought I'd do this fast, but you guys may have lots of questions, so.
Yeah, questions. Steve Davis, you're unmuted.
Good evening, Matt.
Hello, Steve.
Thanks for all you do.
Thank you.
I could probably draw that up much cheaper than that, but you probably wouldn't be happy with it. So my question is Newman Construction, is that a sole source contract? I mean, are they going to design it, build it? We're not going to put it out to bid? What are you thinking there?
No, I really wanted a contractor involved. We had good material pricing associated with the project. What I've talked to Jason about is that we would move forward with the project with them. They would help us with the architectural. We won't submit a building permit with his architect's name on it if we were going to bid it out. So you have two options. Yes, you could work with Newman and continue on and sole source the thing, which I don't know if that's something council would be even interested in. We could pull it back once we have the design done and put it out to bid as it sits, and then require the contractor that wins it to bring in their own architect, and they would have to take over the architect of record on that drawing. So SGM is just the engineer. They'd be doing structural, mechanical. There's no issues with them. They're not bidding anything. But I didn't want to lose the ability to have a really good price, just like you can put a really good price to a set of plans. I think we lose that a little bit, no offense, with an architect helping us with that. What went wrong last time, this was designed in, I think, 2014. They tried 2 buildings and a parking area and everything else. And from the 30% plans to the 90% plans, it went from $4 million to $8 million. There was a major disconnect in there in the design process and the pricing process. I don't want to have that happen again. And I also know that if you have a building with 12 corners versus a building with 47 corners, there's a major significant price difference there too. So you need to design the build understanding that a sheet of plywood is 4x8 and a 2x4 is 8 feet long. You need to be able to work within parameters that makes it so the labor to put the building up is not more than the materials to put the building up. So Jason has volunteered kind of to help with this. If we move through the process and council really likes what's happening, we can talk about a sole source, or we can pull it back and say, we've hit a point where we have to submit building plans. And that's when we lock in the architect of record. We'd stop there and say, okay, let's bid this thing out, but whoever gets the bid has to come in with their own architect of record to be submitting the building permit, and they'd be the one responsible for it at that point.
All right.
So the only conflict we really have is the architect.
Gotcha. I appreciate that. And
it's not quite a design build. I'm not suggesting that, but it is a design price. To make sure you have a really good price at the end of the day.
Right.
A really
and
solid
that design
price based on experience. Sorry.
That's right. And that design, and this is a question, in your mind, would also include some additional public parking, which we're lacking in that space, and that's going to be up in that parking area or curbside, one or the other, or both?
We would try to fit some curbside in. The original design had a couple of curbsides over on the east end of it. They're probably a little dangerous to put there, but that's why we shifted the parking up top. Like I said, I can bring that drawing back up. I had shown you guys, I think in December or January. It was quite a while ago. But our intent is to create a parking area over there for the overflow rafters, even with trucks and trailers. There'd be several spots in the middle for trucks and trailers, and then some outer perimeter parking for individual passenger vehicles. So, and then the gate for the building would be just beyond that. So that'd be all open. There'd be a little sidewalk down. You could cross Devereux Road and go to the 5-foot sidewalk on Devereux Road and then progress wherever direction you wanted to go. So yes, that is the intent, is to design that into the civil plans, and we'll get it priced out. There'd be a little wall associated with it. Obviously it's asphalt, but it's something that you felt strongly about. And it's something we want to work towards, and you'll be able to review it as we move forward with it.
Great. Thank you very much, Matt.
Of course.
Thanks, Steve. Paula.
Hey, Matt. How are you? It's late.
It's late. It's all right.
So this one kind of threw me for a loop. So what was the difference in the 4 million versus 8 millions that we had 47 corners instead of 12? Is that what we're saying, or?
So when I sat down and looked at these plans with Robin before he had left, they said, why didn't we forward these buildings? What's wrong with them? You know, I could see obvious problems with them. The more you build into the building aesthetically, the more it costs. If you look at the plans we have right now, I think in the electric building, I counted 47 different outside and inside corners of the building. Every time you add a corner, that costs money. You've just stopped, cut a piece of material. You've had to do something to create that corner, which costs money. Steve will tell you, the squarer it is, yes, it's less aesthetically pleasing, but the simpler it is to build. And there's other things you can add to it, like wainscoting, different materials, other things to create those aesthetic pleasantries, I guess you would call it, to meet the code, but not make it more complicated to build. So Robin told me that when they started the project, their budget was about $4 million. And the architect kind of brought them there and said, yeah, 30%, we see it being around $4 million. By the time they hit the next level set of plans, it had doubled. So that's really what shut the projects down. I want to start at the beginning of this and say, Mr. Newman, Mr. SGM, Mr. Doug Pratt, this is our budget. And if we're going to even go over that or even possibly go over by the time we hit 30% plans and we know we can't do it, let's just up there and reconsider what we're doing, because we can't afford it. You know, electric department is not a ever-ending fund of money by any means. We're already building substations and trying to do improvements around town to the system, but they still need a place to live, but we still need to make that affordable.
And let me ask you a question. So when you gave me a tour when I first started on, you pointed out a building, and I want to say it was at the new water treatment plant, but it might have been something else, that you used different materials. You saved a lot of money on that. Can we do that in this situation? Is there a way that we can kind of go, you know what, it's time to save some money and do something a little bit more simple? And I understand we have to work with code and stuff, but I'd like to see what we can cut back or do differently so that we're not spending this kind of money.
So that was the storage building, 7,200 square foot storage building that we looked at out at the wastewater treatment facility that we built. Gould helped us. We bid it out in two different ways. We bid all the site work, and we bid the building. Because sometimes when you bid them together, you get a site work contractor that's trying to build a building, or a building contractor is trying to hire people to do site work. So that one was small enough and uncomplicated enough that we could do that. And what we ended up with is basically a 7,200 square foot building that met energy codes, electrical codes, aesthetic codes, everything. That building, I didn't ask for one variance on it, and it cost us $113 a square foot, including all of the site work that we did on it. And I brought Jason Newman and Jared Newman, or Jared, who works for him, down there and looked at it and said, this is what I want. You know, let's make it aesthetically pleasing, but let's make that aesthetically pleasing exterior inexpensive and make it make sense. You know, those are all SIPS panels out there. They have different texture on them, so they look like stucco and they look like metal, but they're actually the insulation for the building also. So we created two things in one and saved money. So that would be exactly what we're shooting for, Paula, is to create something that is inexpensive to build, long lasting, and looks nice all at the same time, which can be done. City of Aspen actually called me and asked me how in the world we did that, because they're building a 5,000 square foot building, and basically the contractors were coming in about 2 times the cost of what we built that building for. So I told them how we did it. It was a lot of work, but we got it done, and we got it done with the price we wanted.
And the cost for this this 3-team sorry, it's late, I'm stumbling here.
It is late.
So the $180,000, is there any way to cut any of that?
Well, 180,000 is kind of worst case scenario, looking at like SGM's proposal. So Newman's proposals are already pretty thin. I mean, it's 60 some odd $1,000. Doug Pratt, he kind of guesstimated the best he could. It's probably high in his opinion. Now it's SGM that was like 90 some odd $1,000 to do their work, but they're doing everything. They're doing structural, they're doing mechanical, they're doing basically everything around in and around the building. They're doing a new site plan for us, new grading, they'll do new wall designs, they'll do the parking lot. So if we can make the simpler, we can make their lives easier with the design of the building, then that price will most likely come down. That was the number that Jeff Simonson and Brian Carpenter felt comfortable with, because sometimes these things can get out of control. And I said, my whole intent with this is not to get out of control, because we can't afford out of control. It needs to be a simple open building. It needs to be a simple HVAC system. It needs to be simple structure. You know, we're looking for functional with enough aesthetics on the outside to make the planning department happy, but we're looking for function. And I think that was lost a little bit with, once again, I love architects, but I think that was lost a little bit through the architectural design process, kind of put their stamp on it and make a beautiful building. I want to do that too, but I want to make it affordable.
And how soon would, if this starts now, how soon would this be before electric department moves in and broadband?
What our intent would be is to start the design basically as soon as humanly possible, next week, week after, whenever we can get contracts done, sit down, have a large Zoom socially distanced meeting with planning, building, engineering, everybody, so they're all starting off on the right foot, and then just move forward. And like I said, if we move forward and we see that there's just no way we can do what we want to do for the pricing, Newman thinks we can. We've sat down in conversation with him. He thinks we can definitely fit everything we want into that $2.5 million range. But if we get to a point that we can't, we need to stop design at that point, most likely, and go back and reconsider again. But we're already sitting on I think it was a $1.2 million piece of property, which is extremely well located adjacent to one of our substations in the middle of town. In a good place for broadband to actually work out of, because we have fiber optic lines going right in front of there. We can loop them into the building and they can be part of the system. It's hard to pass up this opportunity and give it a shot to see where we can go with this building. Like I said, if we see we're going to hit failure, I don't want to hit that. I don't want to spend all that money and hit an $8 million failure point. I want to spend some money and make sure that we're on the right track. You know, pass it through you guys, pass it through community development, everybody's on the same page, and hit a budget. That's what we have to do. We have to hit budgets.
So guys, we have 4 more people who would like to speak on this tonight. Paula, do you have any other questions that, sorry, I don't mean to cut you short, but I'd love to try to wrap this up. All right, Charlie.
Maybe because it's late, Matt, but will we have construction drawings when we're done with this?
Yes, sir.
We'll build we'll be ready to bid. If we bid, or if we decide to do a single source, we can build from what we're gonna end up with this money.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Tom.
All right, thanks, Charlie. Shelley.
Thanks, Matt. And thanks for all your work on this. I really appreciate you trying to get it done affordably. I would just encourage you to make sure it's comfortable for your staff, you know, going along with that. I'm curious about what energy code you think you'll build to, because I know the city's behind. We're on the 09, I think. I know we've talked about going to the 018, adopting a newer code, but I would just, I don't know if you have plans on that, if you've thought about that, or if you'll leave it up to SGM or.
So what we've discussed on that a little bit, because I figured that question would come up, is one of the aesthetic features we want to add to the building, and Jen seems negotiable as an aesthetic feature, is solar panels. It's an electric building. Let's add some solar to the top of the thing. It takes some of that cost down for the electricity in itself. Plus, it's a great thing.
Right.
Number 2 is, that's the nice thing about having a contractor on board, is because they can look at the 09 code, the 15 code, the 18 code, and go, okay, 09 is going to cost you $100,000. The 15 is going to cost you $200,000. The 18 may cost you $250,000. You know, it's significantly changed from 09, as you know, to 2018, and what those R values are, what the blower door tests are, all those other fun things associated with the energy code. I really like the new energy code, we'd shoot for the best we could afford.
Okay,
If that
well,
helps.
and in the most part, from my knowledge of it, it's usually a 10 to 15% premium on the building shell. And
Yes.
that's your critical part, right? So if it's worth it and it saves you, 25, 30% on utilities annually, just do that, do the math on that.
That's why it's nice to have SGM on, because they actually have a division that does building envelope review. They
Okay.
do energy audits for houses.
Great.
So it's good to have them on, because Newman could have put a price to it. The architect can draw it and he'll know what the codes are. But then SGM can look at it and go, with this big of a building, with the HVAC system we're designing, it's going to cost you so and so much more per year if
Yeah.
you don't have that R value. And then that decision will have to be made financially at that moment.
Right. Okay, that'll be great. And then my only other comment is just to kind of echo Steve Davis. I'm a little bit concerned about a sole source on it, but I'm also thinking that, if you get to the end of this design process and Newman Construction kind of has construction drawings for you, might be hard to get an architect to come on board without spending a lot more money and actually have them, they're not usually real hip on signing off on other people's drawings. So I have a little bit of concern about that. So just how that might work.
So I would agree with you. It's kind of hard to get an architect to come on board, but a lot of these designed to build steel building type contractors already have what Newman has, which is an architect on board.
Okay.
And I'd expect them to come with that person. They
So we
would,
might go design build after that process. Okay, that sounds good. Yeah. So we'll just see how it shakes out then. Great.
agreed.
Okay. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate all that. I think it'll be great to get this done for a reasonable cost.
Thanks, Shelley. Rick,
Yeah. Am I muted? I might be muted.
you're
Nope.
good?
We're
You
good.
can hear me. Cool. Hey, Matt. Yeah, I really appreciate the creative thinking here and watching the nickels go out. Are we going to have to scrape anything off in order to erect something there? Or,
All it is vegetation and soil right now.
Okay. Okay. And so what's your timeline with all of this? You might have mentioned it, but again, it's like 10:30 at night. So when do you think we could?
The intent would be to be done with plans and going through the planning commission process, hopefully before the end of the year.
Okay.
So October, November, and then we can make that decision at that point, which, are we going to bid it out? Are we going to sole source it to Newman? That'll be a discussion over the next 4 or 5 months, to be honest with you.
Yep.
I can see the benefit of both, to be honest with you. But it'll all depend on what the pricing is, because I'm going to rely on them, my background knowledge, Doug Pratt's knowledge, SGM's knowledge, and how much these things should cost to put a really good price to it.
Sure.
And if we can't think we can beat that price, then maybe there's an opportunity. Anyhow, I guess the answer to your question is done with design and permitting, at least through the planning commission process, by the end of this year. If we want to bid it, I would bid it probably December, January, have bids back in February, and we would want to construct it starting as soon as we can in the spring. And when you get to the budgeting process here soon, it's already in the budget.
That's right. And source of funding is the electric budget. It's not, it won't touch any general fund or any other capital expenses. So.
No,
Good.
The electric department bought the land and they would pay for the building.
Okay. Yeah, I just think sometimes it's good to make that clear to people, since there are folks out there that think we've got a big bag of cash in the corner somewhere. So thank you.
This would probably join our electric fund reserves down to about as low as Doug and I would like to see them. I think it would leave us somewhere between $2.5 and $3 million. But we blow one substation transformer, that's $1 million. So, $1 million can go really quick in the world of electricity.
No kidding. No kidding. And, again, this is, we're talking about critical infrastructure and meeting needs within the city. So thank you for doing that, Matt.
Of course.
I'm done.
All right, Charlie. Thanks, Rick.
I move for the approval of the design contracts for Newman, SGM, and Land Studio, not to exceed $180,000 for the electric building design.
I'd second that.
It's been moved by Charlie, seconded by Rick. Further comments? Seeing none, Catherine, let's take roll.
Voorhees,
Yes.
Coe,
Yes.
Hershey,
Yes.
Step,
Yes.
Willman,
Yes.
Godus,
Yes.
Davis.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, guys. Sorry it's so late.
Thanks, Matt.
Hey, if you ever want to get a quick vote, just put it at the end of a long meeting when we're all fried. So, smart move.
You guys, are we doing infrastructure? Do you want to wait?
Let's do it.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to wait. I've asked you to put this on the agenda. I think it's important. It's 10:30 and I'm tired, so.
Well, and
Okay.
I have some more things I'd like to add to the packet and the staff report. And if you give me the 2 weeks or whatever it is, probably add those things in. I've been working on some more things. So 3 weeks. So I think you'd probably get some more information if I had the time.
That'd be great.
Yeah. And we need to be fresh for that discussion. So
Thank you, Paula. Shelley, I agree.
And I would also like to just kind of wrap things up. Kick Cares funding option. Is that something, Deborah, that we can address in 3 weeks, or do we need to address that this evening?
You can wait, yes.
Okay. City manager report.
Very quickly, we have ordered social distancing signs as you've requested, and we're starting to put them up. We put one up already at the location I know you guys wanted at the Black Holiday Trail. If you have any other favorite locations, please email us and we'll see what we can do. That's all.
I thought I saw one, Deborah, at the elevator.
Yes, I believe Matt and his crew put those up. You should start seeing them show up.
Great, thank you.
All right, city manager or city attorney.
You left a long time ago. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. I short 2-hour PowerPoint presentation was tonight. Just no, nothing tonight. Just continuing to work on projects with the staff, getting through some of these planning items, things like that. So we're good.
All right. Correspondence incoming, outgoing. I did ask Deborah to forward everybody the request from Mountain Pack to petition Scott Tipton to support, I'm blanking here. Sorry. It was something good. Hold on.
So was that the CORE Act?
Yes.
the CORE Act.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for bailing me out, Rick. It took you long enough. Is that something this council would like to take we have supported this in the past, and is there anybody that would like to not support that, or basically make a request from Congressman Tipton to support that? I asked that very poorly. Charlie, what up?
I think we should support it, and I suspect everybody council, well, I hope everybody council will support it. So it's a great thing for the park, so.
And I agree with that.
Any disagreement? Okay, I will let Anna know from Mountain Pack that we unanimously support that. Thank you very much, guys. Is there anything else good for the order? For the good of the order, as I say? No? All right, meeting adjourned.
Thanks.
Have a great night, guys. My daughter gets her bedroom back.
Where are we meeting tonight for drinks?
You guys have fun.
Do that anymore. Okay,
No.
bye-bye.
Have a good night.
Sleep tight.